right, let's go ahead and call this meeting the Pompano Beach City Commission, the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Special Joint Meeting and Special Meeting of the CRA and Special Meeting of the Pompano Beach City Commission to order on November 12th, 2024 at 12:30. If I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting, that would be great. That way we don't get disrupted during the meeting. So please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate. Also, just so we're all aware, there are no signs to be displayed within the chambers. If you've got a sign, you want to display it, you need to be outside the chambers. Thank you. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Here.
Commissioner Moss?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Here.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Here.
Mayor Harton?
Here, thank you. We can all stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Father, give us the wisdom to consider these items before us today for the residents of the city of Pompano Beach. Allow us to do our best with your guidance to deliver on the promises that we've made for all of Pompano Beach. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, all right, very good. Thank you for that. All right. Let's see, Mr. Harrison, any changes to our agenda?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right, at this point in time, we will commence the special joint meeting of the City Commission of Pompano Beach and the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 at 12:30 p.m. or shortly thereafter.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. McKenna.
Yes, thank you. Before we begin the presentation, I want to put some remarks on the record, please.
Sure, absolutely, please do.
Thank you. I want to be sure that our record is clear about the purpose of this meeting. This is not an emergency meeting. It is a properly called and duly noticed joint special meeting of the city and the CRA, just as all the previous special meetings relating to the downtown project have been. It may be helpful to recall that this exchange with Broward County was already approved at the June 20 special meeting of the city and the CRA. Both resolution number 2024-154 of the city and resolution number 2024-33 of the CRA expressly state in their captions, authorizing finalization of an agreement with Broward County to swap land in the project area for properties owned by the city and the CRA. We're here today because it gives us an opportunity to let our residents know that we will not have to write a check to the county for the drainage parcel, and that the services that the county has provided at Annie Weaver Center for the last 37 years will continue. It may also be helpful to recall that the downtown project has been considered by multiple city commissions since its inception more than 20 years ago, and that the approval of the Master Development Agreement in June of this year was a culmination of those years of efforts. The Master Development Agreement is a binding agreement that is intended to span a term of at least 20 years. The agreement expressly obligates the city and the CRA to use commercially reasonable efforts to negotiate applicable purchase or exchange contracts for the properties that are located within the project boundaries. The term sheet that is before you today is an example of the city's and CRA's compliance with the binding agreement that was approved in June. And I would just add, it's my understanding the county approved the exchange at their meeting this morning.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. McKenna. All right, this time we'll turn it over to Ms. Siddle for a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. Thank you, Ms. McKenna, for that introduction. We do have a PowerPoint presentation prepared, and of course, immediately following, it relates to the term sheet among the city, CRA, and Broward County, and immediately following, we'll recess and get into the special meetings of the CRA, followed by the special meeting of the City Commission. So the first slide I had up, you've seen it before. Obviously, we've made several presentations related to this downtown project over the last year and a half, a combination of the city, CRA taking the lead of those presentations, in addition to our master development partner, ROCA Partners, also taking the lead on community meetings, being a part of the public presentations as well. So they actually coined the phrase long-term partnerships, which we thought was fantastic because they're not just talking about partnerships between the city, the CRA, and the developer. They're also talking about the other governments that are going to benefit from this great economic engine of a downtown that we're trying to bring forward and to come to fruition after decades of laying the foundation for this downtown here in the city of Pompano Beach. So again, when we talk about partnerships, Broward County, thank you, Ms. McKenna, for pointing that out. The term sheet was on the county commission agenda today. It has been approved. So we're happy to see that this county commission, we thank them for their support in understanding and realizing the significance of this downtown project, not just to Pompano Beach, but to all of the residents in Broward County. We also want to give special thanks, of course, to County Commissioner Lamar Fisher, a resident of Pompano Beach, but obviously he's served here as a county commissioner. He's served as the mayor for the residents of Pompano Beach. We thank him for his continued support and partnership and continuing to support the vision of Pompano Beach with our downtown. I also do want to give special thanks to County Administrator Monica Safiro and Assistant County Administrator Kevin Kelleher for sharing the vision. He is my counterpart at the county in terms of the negotiations, and I have mad respect for Kevin at the end of the day, but we truly feel that we have struck a deal with the county that has mutual benefits to both of us. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward with the rest of the presentation. I do have a partner this evening. It's Ms. Lemassure. She's the city's real property manager, and she will be covering the property exchange aspects of the presentation. I will be primarily focused on the economics of the project, just recapping that for the public and the commission, as well as highlighting the discussion on commuter rail. So what you see on the screen, this was actually an exhibit in the Master Development Agreement, and it certainly wasn't the first time that the commissioners saw this exhibit, as well as the public, because it has been presented in several public presentations previously. So what you see here, there's a defined project area, the downtown, approved as part of the Master Development Agreement in June of 2024. Now what we talked about in that agreement is that the city and CRA owns parcels within this project area, but we don't own all of the parcels. We own about 58 acres, and the objective to get us to the next 12 acres or so was to move forward. It's part of our obligation for the city and CRA that we agreed to in June with this master developer, that we would move forward expeditiously to try to acquire additional parcels in this defined area to enhance the project and ultimately resulting in a final master plan to present to the City Commission and the public. So that's what we've been working on over the last couple of months. Now you will see clearly the red square highlights the county drainage parcel, which is a point of the exchange transaction will be discussing in more details a few minutes into the presentation. So you can see the location of that parcel, and again, the purpose we're looking at that parcel is because we feel that it will greatly enhance the project in the long term if we can gain control of that site. The other thing I want to highlight on the slide, you'll see the commuter rail station up there to the right. Now, I will have to say again, this is not the first time we're seeing that little icon. We've presented it several times. It was actually part of our solicitation to try to attract a master developer to Pompano Beach because they fully understood the importance of having an approved commuter rail station in Pompano Beach and the impacts it would have on this downtown, but also the benefits it would have to all of the residents of Pompano Beach. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as I move through the presentation. So just to revisit, the core area of the downtown, we're talking about the area between MLK and Atlantic Boulevard and Dixie to I-95. So the area as it exists today, it has depressed conditions. It has a lot of issues that we're trying to transform this area and to make it more productive, more vibrant, and more of a benefit for the residents of Pompano Beach than a burden. So, existing conditions today. The area currently generates no taxes, little to no taxes for the city of Pompano Beach. What it does do, it's costing the taxpayers and the residents of Pompano Beach today because the city has to spend money to service the area. We have police issues, we have emergency medical service issues with drug issues in the area, code compliance issues, we have illegal dumping, and we have a homelessness situation here in the city. So the third point is we have no major job opportunities in different sectors in that area currently, and part of the economic engine of the downtown is to stimulate this area, attract those jobs, which then our residents in Pompano Beach will have access to those jobs. So we are in implementation mode. We have an approved agreement. We are moving forward. We're obligated to continue to acquire additional parcels. And this drainage parcel and its location will contribute to the success of the downtown. Again, oops, sorry about that. So we're in implementation mode, and this drainage parcel and its location will contribute to the success of the downtown. Again, that has been more than 20 years in the making. So what we're looking for is to transform the area from the press conditions I showed on the previous slide to an area that's infused with multiple uses, many amenities for our residents, open space, community gathering spaces for us to have placemaking and events that our residents can enjoy, as well as what I shared with the commission back in June as well is the economic impacts of the project. We actually shared this with each of you when we met with you one-on-one leading up to the agenda item to approve the agreement. We actually hired an independent consultant, a PhD in economics, to produce the study, so we have credibility going into this project and going into some of the finances and the finance plan that we shared with the commission and the public and how we were going to finance our components of the project. So it's a $2 billion project. I won't go through every component, but I just want to highlight a few. It's anticipated at build-out to generate over $40 million in taxes, not just for the city, but of course the county and the school district. And you as a resident should care that this downtown is going to bring taxes not just to the city, to the county, because they provide vital services to the resident in Pompano Beach. They actually oversee homelessness. So again, we are creating revenues for them to enhance the services they continue to pay to all of you, because when you look at your tax bill that you get every year, it's not just the city of Pompano Beach on that tax bill. You have other taxing districts as well, school district, county, the Broward Health Hospital District, etc. So again, producing taxes for the county, the school district to help our kids and improve our schools here in the city. We also are estimating that we're going to create 3,000 permanent jobs in different sectors, as well as 5,800 construction jobs. On the left side of the screen, we talk about spin-off revenue, because once all the uses in the downtown area are decided, there's spin-off revenue that businesses in the city will have access to in terms of servicing those uses, different goods and services. So we do plan to continue to include the community in these discussions. Like Ms. McKenna pointed out, it's a 20-year agreement. We have time to engage the community. We fully plan to have your input on every step of the way. The other thing I wanted to take time to address here is there's been a lot of misinformation in the community, a lot of confusion. I do not like to talk about myself. People will tell you that. I tend to be kind of the cruncher up in the office. I oversee budget and finance. Those are not really front-facing departments. I mean, obviously, you know, you all see the parks, you go to the parks, you have cultural arts. These are the things that the community tends to engage in. But budget and finance is a significant component of running a city, right? We have to figure out how to pay for things. We have to make sure it's economic for you. We try to minimize the tax burden for you. That's why over the last 10 years, we have been able to bring in $70 million in grant funding for you as residents. You don't see all of that. You see the projects and the programs that come out of it. But what you don't understand is all the hard work of the staff sitting here that works hard for you every day to deliver those services without increasing your taxes. So again, in terms of any costs incurred in this downtown, we develop a finance plan. And what we said to you is we took time with this plan. This wasn't a rush to bring this agreement to you. We worked carefully on it. We had our consultants, we had an experts, and we're telling you that we're planning to deliver a project that doesn't increase your taxes. It's the opposite. It's actually going to have a benefit to you as the residents of Pompano Beach, and I already started highlighting some of those components. We are not building a $400 million city hall. I take my job here serious at the city. For me to go out there and tell you I'm building a $400 million city hall, I would never do that. I never said that I was building a $400 million city hall, that we were building a $400 million city hall. What we told you is we need a new city hall because it's aging. We've outgrown the facility. We did a study that showed all of the good money that we're throwing after bad with the existing city hall. We're out of space. We want to better serve you as a community. You're going to have input in designing that city hall to make it easier for you to get in there, access the service you need it, make it more convenient, So again, I never said 400 million. There's a finance plan. We presented in June. Anyone who wants to go back and watch that presentation is welcome to do so. What we did is we said we're building civic buildings. We're putting in the drainage infrastructure. We told you the plan for that. And we talked about the cash flows that we plan to utilize that this downtown would generate to pay for that obligation over a 30-year period. Okay, so I want to say that again. We never said we were raising your taxes to do this. We had a finance plan. I've worked in this industry with governments for 30 years. I have been with the city of Pompano Beach for 20 years. I have been the controller, the finance director. Prior to that, I worked for KPMG Marwick, a Big Four accounting firm. So I have audit experience. I know Mr. DC back there, who is the internal audit for the city. Again, we're one of the few cities that has an internal audit, by the way, department. So he's always watching everything we do. Thank you, DC. But he understands the audit background that I'm talking about. I am ingrained in transparency, accountability, and I take my fiduciary responsibility to you very seriously. So I did want to spend some time here because what we cannot have is confusion and misinformation. If you want to know the facts, please contact the city manager's office. So these are some of the jobs that the downtown is going to generate that we're anticipating, and it shows the different sectors and industries that we're talking about. So now we're going to get into some of the highlights in the term sheet. So I showed you a different variation of this slide previously in terms of the area for the downtown. This slide was actually prepared with Roca Partners as part of their submittal to the city. Again, they're the master developer that we've selected to be our partner. And again, you can see where the drainage parcel is again, and you can see the commuter rail station. And in this slide, what they're highlighting are all the different transportation options that they intend on working with the city on to make this the most robust downtown that's pedestrian friendly, that minimizes the number of autos coming in and out of the city. So again, I just wanted to give you a framework of where that parcel is and where the commuter rail station is again. That's hard for me to read, but I'm ready for that. So when we talk about commuter rail parking, I just want to give you some background on how we got here. So the city and CRA worked in 2012 to establish what we refer to as a downtown Pompano transit-oriented corridor. So that really is just a fancy way of saying we wanted the downtown to be this robust mixed-use development, and we knew all along that rail was an important component of ensuring the success of that downtown. So rail has been on our mind all along as we've been moving through this process. And Broward County, by the way, has been a great partner because over the decades that we talked about earlier that we've been working on this, we've had to go to Broward County to get certain regulations approved. We've had land use amendments, we've had zoning amendments, we've had to amend the comprehensive plan for the city, and all of these regulatory documents, you know, we had public meetings leading up to that, notices were sent out based on what were required at the time. So we really spent a lot of time laying the foundation to get here. Now in 2022, we knew that Pompano had been approved for a commuter rail station, but we're hearing a lot of stuff out there. So we engaged Broward County, the city's CRA, and our planning staff. We had some Zooms with them, and we started actually discussing the drainage parcel as potential parking for the rail station. We parked that discussion because later on that year, we issued a solicitation. It's an invitation to negotiate, to try to attract a master developer for the downtown. And when we did that, we highlighted that we were slated to get a rail station in Pompano Beach as part of that solicitation, which again excited Roca Point Partners, because they knew the importance of the success of this downtown and Pompano Beach by having this rail station here within our downtown. Oops. So, and finally, on June 20th, 24, the City Commission approved the development agreement. We contemplated rail. We've always had rail in the back of our mind. Now, of course, we talked about public parking in our finance plan. We didn't specifically say rail parking, but that was always on our mind because we've been in discussions with the county since 2022 for rail parking. So I just want to make that clear. Yes, this would help. All right. So, this is what we have in the term sheet currently relative to rail parking. We're committing to 200 dedicated spaces west of Dixie Highway. And again, what we got the county to do is not commit us to putting the parking on the drainage site, specifically because they asked us to. Now, we're not saying that we won't put it there. We just wanted maximum flexibility. We have a partner at the table. We're trying to do acquisitions. We're trying to finalize our master plan. So we want maximum flexibility as we're finalizing that plan. We want maximum flexibility for the residents of Pompano Beach. We also agreed to provide shared spaces east of Dixie Highway. Now, we wanted flexibility, so we said to the county, listen, we want to provide parking. We're a ways off from getting this rail station. We want flexibility. We'll do shared spaces, knowing that most of rail riders are coming in using those spaces for work, and then ultimately coming and removing their cars. But we also factored in additional parking on the east side of Dixie as well. We don't have as much site control on the east side, so the shared parking was integral that we make that agreement with Broward County at this point and not overcommit ourselves. Knowing that, we reserve the right to go back and fine-tune that. If anything changes in this component, we do have to bring it back to the commission. So the second thing I want to talk about is, listen, if we don't, I truly believe, and you see the final bullet there, rail is not for Broward County. It's for the residents of Pompano Beach. If you work way outside of Pompano, I think we can all appreciate that it's a struggle to get to work in the mornings, right? What this rail station does is it allows you another economic option. Park your car, get on the rail, go down to Miami, do what you have to do, and come back, right? Get work done on the train, whatever you have to do. There are environmental benefits to this as well, not to mention the job opportunities that rail create. Because like I said, one of the main reasons that ROCA loved our proposal or solicitation was we talked about rail. And they liked the idea because rail attracts jobs. And when we were able to attract jobs to the downtown, I'm having a very hard time with this. When we were able to attract jobs to the downtown, you as residents in the city then have access to those opportunities, right? I know some of you probably work in Miami, you work in West Palm. Let's create the opportunities here so you can now have an opportunity to access those jobs. That's certainly your choice, but create the opportunity. I skipped over the second one, but it's very important. So when we started, and I have an opportunity to meet Miss Corey, and I'm probably going to butcher her name. Her name is Corey Cuff Lonergan. She is the new transportation director for Broward County. And just such a fantastic discussion. I mean, when you talk about passion, I get passionate about Pompano and numbers. She's extremely passionate about transit in Broward County and advancing mobility in the county. So it was a very in-tune discussion. And you know what she said, Suzette, really, this is how it's going to work. The county has to try to put in the infrastructure. They have to develop their own finance plan. How are you going to board the train? That's what we call the platform. So what they're doing now is they're looking into funding mechanisms for that. Their objective, a couple of years ago, some of the voters in the city voted to support a penny surtax. So one of their funding sources for that platform is the penny surtax. The second thing they have to do is go after state and federal grants. This is a very attractive project for state and federal grants, so they know they've already been having conversations with with FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, the United States FDOT as well. So of course at the federal and state level, that's what they plan to do. But what they will not agree to get approved for is a platform in Pompano Beach if we can't say that we are committed to providing parking. They're going down the rail line right now. They're talking to Hollywood. They're talking to all of these cities. So again, this is a significant benefit for you. This rail station is not for Broward County. They oversee the process, absolutely. But this rail station is going to benefit you expeditiously and improve mobility throughout the city of Pompano Beach. I did also want to mention, even though I said that we do have a finance plan for parking for rail, the rail parking is another attractive project for grant funding. So I fully plan, and we've already started discussing grants for the downtown, grants for rail parking. So even though we have a finance plan for the downtown, my job is to always leverage dollars for the city and the residents of Pompano Beach. Because whatever dollars I free up over here, if I can get free money, woo-hoo-hoo, that is such a big deal for you guys. And like I said, we have gotten $70 million in grants to serve the city, the residents of Pompano Beach over the last 10 years. So again, parking locations will be more flexible. We're not now, what we've negotiated with the county is we don't have to put it necessarily on that drainage parcel in blue right there. We have the option, anything we own on the west side to put the parking there, and of course on the east side, we've said shared parking. I did want to put this up. The county has an immense amount of information out there. So I really hope that you all, after this discussion, will get excited about commuter rail in Pompano Beach, and please, on their website, they have a mobility advancement plan, they have a primo plan. They've been doing surveys and getting input from the public. They've done modeling data to figure out ridership based on other rail stations throughout the county and beyond. So the reason I show this is, I don't know, Mayor Harden, you may recall that they came here to present, and you were pretty quick to say they focused on the southern link. So what do I mean by that? This is called the coastal link line, by the way. There are two components of it. There's the southern link. We're not in the southern link. That's Aventura, Hollywood, the airport, and Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale has some issues. There's a whole tunnel bridge discussion going on out there that they're trying to resolve. And right now, where they're in the process of that, they're focused on the southern link, is they finalized their environmental studies. They're trying to get their packages together to apply for grant funding, and their timeline for completing that component of the rail project is between 2027 and 2030. The reason I'm highlighting that is we are the dash line, so we're the northern link at the top part of the screen. So they're focused on south. We are the northern line, which is, Oakland, Pompano Beach, and Deerfield Beach. The reason I'm saying that is we have time. We have time to fine-tune this plan and get the best plan for the resident in Pompano Beach and how we move forward with this, right? We have it financed already, but we're going to look for grants. We're going to work hard for you to make this happen in the most cost-effective way possible. And again, this is completely a benefit to the residents of Pompano Beach. We also wanted to highlight one of the things that was important to the county is connectivity from rail parking to the station, right? And we fully understand that. We did want to highlight our Dixie Highway project because at the intersection of MLK, north of Atlantic going up Dixie, we've designed the project, we built the project with this in mind. We wanted to make sure that it was safe, there was connectivity, it was walkable for anyone going to the rail station, whether the parking's on the east or the west side. Again, we're going to continue to work with the county in this and fine-tune this, but again, we did want to highlight that we've thought about this and we've planned for it all along. So now I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Lemassure, our real property manager.
Very good.
Thank you, Suzette. Cassandra Lemassurier. I'm a little shorter than Suzette, so I'll bend this down so you guys can hear me. I'm the real property manager for both the City of Pompano Beach and its Community Redevelopment Agency, and I wanted to cover the land portion of this because that's what you guys are used to seeing me come up and talk to you about. So the first part of it is the county's, we call it the drainage parcel. It's a 1.4 acre retention detention area, and it's outlined in blue. It's basically the western third of the bus station, but there's not any component that is the actual bus station that's on the property that is being conveyed to the city. Now the city property is known as the Annie Weaver Family Success Center. It's located at 2011 Northwest 3rd Avenue, and it's the land and the building that are being conveyed over to Broward County. I'm going to go through a little more history on each of the sites individually so that you'll know the background behind the land, but it's outlined in red on the right on that aerial. So to give you an idea of the location of these two properties from each other, on the bottom you've got outlined in red the Northeast Region Transit Center. So that's the bus station, the drainage parcel we're talking about. And then if you go about 1.5 miles north on Northwest 3rd Avenue, up at the top there outlined in red, that's the location of the Annie Weaver Center that would be conveyed to the county. So let's talk a little about the Broward County parcel. You can see an aerial view of it in the bus station on the left-hand side, and then you see the street view of it from MLK Boulevard. So its only function is to serve as a retention detention area for drainage and surface water management. It's a locked area, it's completely fenced off and gated, and there's not any access for the public to be able to use this property right now. So the reasons that the property exchange would be a benefit to our residents, and this is where we talk about not only the exchange terms for the property, but a little bit of history on the Annie Weaver Center as well, because I think it's important to understand that. No money is being paid from the city to the county for their property. Now the county has actually leased the land that the Annie Weaver sits on since 1982 from the city. And the county is the one that paid to construct the building, the Annie Weaver Center, that's actually on the property. The city, if you want to go even further back, this was part of a larger land area that the city bought in 1950 for $100. So the city did not pay millions of dollars for this property that we want to convey over to the county, and it's actually not property that the city's used for the past 40 years. If you want to go even further back than that, in 1976, this was part of a larger land area that the city conveyed over to Broward County for free because they were going to do a satellite courthouse. They actually ended up doing it up on Hillsborough Boulevard in Deerfield Beach, and the property came back to the city in 1981, and instead they leased it to the county. So there's always been a use and a history between the city and the county and this property. So the facility itself houses health and social services to the residents, and those are provided by Broward Health and others through license agreements. So the facility that's housing those social services is also the location where the city's been holding our municipal community court at no cost, and that use will continue even after the property is conveyed over to the county at no cost to the city. So the cost of the replacement drainage, because obviously we can't take away drainage and not replace it, I think it's important to understand that that drainage for the county was always accounted for and included in that master development agreement for the downtown that was approved back in June this year. It was included in the finance plan as part of the downtown drainage infrastructure. Remember seeing the presentations where we were talking about being able to do a linear drainage system that provided drainage for all of the different properties in the downtown so that they could maximize their building sites, and so that you train drainage, which is something normally that developers just kind of have to deal with, and now you turn it into something that's a feature and an amenity that actually is a benefit rather than a detriment. So the property exchange benefits for our residents, this is where I'll turn it over to Suzette because she definitely can illustrate this for you, but both of us will be available during the specific items to answer questions from the commission as well as you, the public.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Cassie, appreciate that. So again, just to quickly summarize on the exchange benefits, what we want to do is take that parcel that the drainage component of the transit center will replace the drainage, and what we want to do is transform that area that's overgrown currently, that's locked off from public access, it's actually locked, and transform that into beautiful frontage on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. We want to generate revenues for this parcel for the city, county, and the school district and the other taxing districts as well. And ultimately, our objective is for this new development to create jobs that our residents will have access to. I saw a lot of you taking pictures tonight. Obviously, you can go back and look at this presentation on the city's web streaming site as well. We can also post a PowerPoint for you. But I do want to fully encourage you to go to downtown Pompano Beach, downtownpompanobeach.org, which is our, is it Gov? It's Gov. Sorry, I was getting confused with the gov and the org. downtownpompanobeach.org. If you want any information related to the downtown, that website is live. We're going to continue to update it over time. You will be included in the process. This is a process that's going to go on for years. There are a lot of milestones in this plan. So again, just because we get approvals, we have to get the approvals because we have to lay out the obligations of the city and the developer. But I just want to assure all of you that our plans are to come back to you. We'll keep you informed as we move through this very long-term process. So thank you for your time.
Very good, that's it. Thank you, Ms. Sybil, appreciate the presentation. Are there any questions from the commission for Ms. Sybil on the presentation, specifically before we get to the items?
I have a few questions, Mayor.
Sure, because we're getting to the items also, just so everyone's clear. That's fine.
Just on what we just covered. You said that we're going to come back to us, and I guess this is probably more on the item, but the item itself will not come back to us. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Thank you. What is the annual dollar amount and the time period that the city is obligated for the civic parcels, the lease payments? You said it's not $400 million. My understanding from the agreement was $13 million a year for 30 years.
So Commissioner Fournier, I'd love to clear that up for you. So what we're saying is we have 3 civic buildings. There's a cost to construct those buildings. Now within that, we also have performance payments that the developer gets. which is fair. They don't get it till a certain point because we want to keep them connected to us, and they have certain obligations they have to complete before they get those payments. Now, our objective is to finance those obligations over 30 years. Now, yes, there is an interest component to that. No different than when we issued our general obligation bonds, right? We issued those bonds for $180 million. We've delivered successfully 22 projects to the public. All of those beautiful amenities that are our parks and our new facilities that you're enjoying, all of our new fire stations, all of our new streetscape that you're enjoying, we finance those projects. Now, there's certainly benefits and drawbacks to financing. Yes, you do have to pay interest. But when we went out on those 30 general obligation presentations, and we did that, we went to 30 community groups to present on our general obligation bonding for you. We explained those benefits, no different than taking a long-term finance plan related to this downtown, because the benefit is that you, if we are to pay as you go to deliver projects to you, they take longer to deliver. So a fire station that we're able to deliver to you in 2 years could be 6, 7 years as we put money into our coffers year by year to build up to finance those projects. Now, why is that bad for you as a resident today? Because you could theoretically be paying into that. You move out of the city, heaven forbid, you're not here in 6 years, you don't enjoy the benefits of the project that you have now paid in. On the flip side, future residents that move into the city, right, they did not contribute to pay for that project, but they're now enjoying the benefits. Not to mention building a project of what it costs today versus waiting 6, 7 years to build it down the line, in which case the costs are going to escalate, and it's more of a cost and a tax burden to you for us to do it that way. So Commissioner Fournier, absolutely, it includes various components. It includes the cost of the 3 buildings, not 1 building. We talked about financing our infrastructure. We talked about the performance payment for the developer. What we also talked about is structuring the finance plan in a way so that we align it with the cash flows coming in for the downtown, because what we told you and all the commissioners and the public was that our objective, and we took a lot of steps in developing this finance plan, is to not let this be a burden on you. The revenues generated from the downtown, the cash sales from the land, and that land value is going to appreciate over time, right? We have money put aside in our building fund because they're going to build a floor for themselves. They'll be on the first floor to better serve you as residents in Pompano Beach. All of these components baked in, and structuring that financing in a way, because this city hall won't be done for a couple of years, right? And then we said, let's defer the rent for 1 year, right, so that we give us more time to bring those cash flows in. So we thought of all of these components, because my end game is to construct these facilities in the downtown so it does not raise your taxes.
So, like I said, there are $13 million annually.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I don't know what you're clapping about, but please, no outbursts of clapping. Thank you. Let's get through this. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So included in the civic uses in City Hall, there are interest payments, other payments that are going out from the city as incentives to a developer for 30 years. So that's about $400 million. So, and we take the risk that these land sales don't materialize in the way that you expect. So we went through this when the master developer agreement was passed. So I don't think we need to rehash all of that. How are people going to get to this commuter rail station given the absolute gridlock that has been created in this area of Atlantic and Dixie? So this is the center hub of transit in our city now, where commuter rail is coming and all these people are going to park to go get on the train to get to their jobs. How do you expect them to get there when we can't get anywhere right now, and you're adding 4,000 apartments in this area too?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer those questions for you and clarify the confusion, Commissioner. So let's talk about risk. So one of the things that we did with this development agreement, like I said, is yes, there is an incentive for the developer. Developers, they're not for-profits, right? You know that. They're not for-profits. They don't come in here. They want a return. They are taking a risk on this city. They are taking it's not the beach, because everybody wants to invest there, right? They're taking an area that has these conditions. It's an uphill battle because they have to go out and identify end users to construct hotels and restaurants, residential in this area. That is not an easy lift. That's a risk. So right out the gate, they're taking on that risk, right? That they're going to be able to do this. Their investors are taking the risk. This developer has already spent millions of dollars on this project because we have been speaking to them since 2022. Now, when we structured their incentive payments, we wanted to make sure that that infrastructure was installed, that linear infrastructure, because we still own the land. They don't get the land. We own the land. Ultimately, we will be making the deals with the end users. They're overseeing the process for us. It's our land when we acquire it. That land is going to appreciate in value because now it's tied to infrastructure. It's infrastructure ready. So we fully anticipate years down the line, a couple of years down the line, when we go to engage these end users, that land is going to be worth even more. So it's our land. We're sitting on that land, right? So they're taking on the risk, even the financing for the civic buildings. They're the ones issuing the debt. We're making lease payments to them for it. So yes, we're on the hook too, but they're the ones directly obligating themselves with a lender. And again, that ties them in even more with the success of this project. So that's one thing we did. We're issuing the debt for it. And then on the incentive payments, we tied it to a particular milestone because we don't want them to build our civic buildings and walk away. That's not really why we hired them. They're project managing that for us because it made sense to have one developer overseeing the whole area to make it a cohesive project for the residents of Pompano Beach and get the best results we can. But again, they're tied into us through that risk. Let's see what else you asked me there, Commissioner. Okay.
I asked how people were going to get there.
Okay, sure, absolutely. So one of the things, we had some help, and again, please go on the county's website because they're doing so much in their Primo plan, and they have a lot of surveys to get input. So they're working on rapid bus systems, they're working on the rail, they're working on rail, not just north-south, but it's also rail east to west on the major corridors, Sunrise Boulevard, Broward, Commercial, Atlantic, and also Dixie, which is the coastal link I talked about previously. So again, they see the bigger picture. We know there's traffic here. People are going to continue to move to cities, right? What we have done is we have planned for this because we knew we were going to get this rail station. We've planned for microtransit. Please read the city's strategic plan because it incorporates all of these objectives and all these things we had planned for and we'll be working on. We started working on it. We're going to continue to work on it with all our government partners who are looking to advance mobility, not just in the county, but in the city of Pompano Beach. We've invested in the Circuit program. They've been a fantastic partner. One of the things that Circuit actually does, and I have the stats on it in several communities, is they actually provide rides on demand from the station to your house to get you to the station. They do this in communities now. We're working on those programs. We have a great partner in Florida Department of Transportation. That's how we fund the Circuit program currently. And again, we're going to be working aggressively to look at this process comprehensively for all of you. And anything we can do to enhance, we will continue to do it. We also have Kimley Horn working on a master transportation plan for the city. So we're attacking this from all angles. We've thought about this. We've planned about this. We know there's traffic. We're working on it. We're going to work with you. And the end game, based on all the studies that the county has done, and based on all the studies that Florida Department of Transportation had done, and the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is another entity in Broward County which works on transportation issues, they see that we can make that ridership happen. We understand that it takes some doing, but the stats are there, the studies are there, and feel free to contact Broward County to review any of that information at any time.
A couple more questions, Suzette. Thank you. I don't think the people need to read a plan on a website. I think they sit in it every day and go and send me pictures and other people pictures of the gridlock that they experience. So the idea of adding all this density to that same area that already isn't functioning isn't going to be solved by them going to a website. So a couple things. You keep saying that it's tonight and evening, which is interesting because this meeting's at 12:30 in the middle of the day, and it's not tonight or evening, but it looks like a tonight or evening crowd because there are actually people here. We never have people here at meetings this time because it's inconvenient for all the people that are actually working in our city. So thank you to everyone for actually taking the time out to be here for something so important. I had a couple more questions. Where are the appraisals for the land? Where are the values for these 2 parking garages? Where are the values for the pedestrian connectivity? So this term sheet also talks about pedestrian connectivity, which supposedly we were doing with this Atlantic Dixie project, but maybe that wasn't adequate. So now maybe we actually do need a pedestrian bridge. That's what it kind of sounds like here. So where are the values and the backup to this term sheet to help us understand if this is a good deal for the people of Pompano Beach?
So I'm going to have Cassie answer that question, but I do want to go back on a few points you made, Commissioner, just to clear up some confusion. So one of the things about having that transit-oriented corridor again is we're going to have residential there, but the great thing is we're going to have jobs there too. So we're making it walkable, We're making it livable. People can walk around, they can live there, they can work there. So again, that reduces the reliance on auto going in and out of that development. The other thing is pedestrian connectivity. We did not commit.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we keep it down? If you want to talk, please go out in the lobby area. Thank you. Let the speakers speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Sybil.
Thank you, Mayor. Pedestrian connectivity. We did discuss a bridge across. We did not commit to that, obviously. It's not in the term sheet because we need time to work through that. What we told them is we have a design, a streetscape design for Dixie, that we have contemplated to make it safer for pedestrians and to have traffic calming going across Dixie Highway. And that's where we ended things in with the county. We fully understand that a fly across is a bigger commitment, right? I'm not authorized to approve that. If we look at that and we can find a way to fund that without impacting the residents, getting grants, i.e., we certainly will bring that forward at a future point for your consideration. In terms of the estimates for the parking garage, we know, we get reports all the time on parking. I oversee parking as well, by the way, so I know what it costs to do parking. It's probably about, I think it's $30,000 a year is what the number 29 and change that came out recently in a report that I looked at relative to parking. So we're aware of all that. Again, when we contemplated this finance plan, we looked at all that, right? We put numbers in there. What we have in the finance plan is a cap because we understand that things move, things ebb over time. So like I said, I'm just assuring the public that it's my fiduciary responsibility to look out for you. I feel like I've done that. I feel like I've never given you a reason not to trust me. You may disagree on certain things, right, and that going on in the city. But what I don't want you to think is that we are presenting numbers to you that are not accurate, that had no thought going in behind it. And if you ever have a question that you need clarified, feel free to reach out to the city manager's office.
Okay, thank you. So
Just wait.
what does a parking garage cost?
It's $30,000 a space.
Okay. So it's $12 million worth of parking garages here. I'm just trying to get the numbers if we're going to be making a decision on a deal today. So it's $12 million of parking garages that we are committing to for commuter rail. It's some kind of pedestrian connectivity, even though we just spent $45 million in the same area doing pedestrian connectivity, but it's not good enough, so we have to go back and redo it to actually connect. So some kind of pedestrian connectivity across Dixie that was failed in this $45 million attempt that's underway. So I don't know how much that costs, but there's something. And then there's the actual parcels of land, which we have no appraisals for. So that's where I'm at. I also just want to quickly say that I heard Ms. McKenna say it's not an emergency. I heard Ms. Sybil say this is not a rush. So I don't understand why we're sitting here doing this today with no information, with a lame duck commission. So I'm done with my questions for now. Thank you.
Commissioner, do you still want to address the outstanding questions that they were going to address?
I asked about the cost of a parking garage. So I think we just got that answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Very good. Sorry, who was that? Miss? Oh, Commissioner Perkins? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who it was. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes. Listening to Commissioner Fournier, you can kind of tell we're trying to find our way through this project as far as understanding it. As the district commissioner for this project, I was not aware that this was going to take place until I saw it on the agenda. I have not been informed about this particular land swap, excuse me, and I should have been as the district commissioner. And my question to you, Suzette, is how many hours do you spend a week on this project, the new downtown?
It's a significant. I am overseeing the project with Mr. Tran. I can't give you an exact hour, but number of hours. But certainly, whatever it takes for me to serve the residents of Pompano Beach, I've always been willing to do it since I've been here in my 20 years. So does it take weekends sometimes and Fridays? Yes, it does, to get it done.
So has the city manager ever say to you, you need to inform the district commissioner as to what's going on with this project since it's in her district? Has he ever said that to you?
Well, he's always informed. We've had meetings with all of the commissioners over time relative to the project, leading up to the approval of the development agreement in terms of need to acquire additional parcels. Also, the need to continue to work with Broward County, who is a property owner within the development area. So we did set meetings with each commissioner twice leading up to the approval of the item. So I'm certainly always here if anything needs to be clarified for any of the commissioners. So please feel free to reach out.
Well, I've said when we agreed, or when you all agreed for the master developer, that I wanted to be involved in this process the entire time along the way. So that means whatever you're doing in the office, I need to know about it. For my district, I don't want to hear about it in the streets, and I don't want to see it on the agenda for the first time. I've said that to the city manager over and over and over again. So I've been doing a lot of research on this. I'm pretty sure some of you have also, trying to find out really what's going on in my district. And I've said to the city manager plenty of times, I need to be informed what's going on in my district. As you're making decisions behind the scenes, I need to know as well. So what I'm concerned about with the land swap, when it comes to the Annie L. Weaver Center, has the county put anything in place as to expanding that center, or what's going on? Has anything been put in writing as to how this is going to take place at the Annie Weaver? And the reason I'm asking this question is because we have a community court there, and those kind of services we want to remain in this community because it has a big effect and it helps a lot of people. So has the county put anything in place to assure us that the Annie Weaver will remain there and the services along with it inside of that building will remain?
So what I can tell you is we've had lengthy discussions with the county. One, community court remaining there was a point that we put in there because we fully understand the importance and that it's making strides in the community for our residents and our challenged populations. The other thing that we had discussions with them is they actually want to expand services at Annie Weaver, and that was a part of the discussion as well. They imagine at some point in the future, that's their vision, just like we have a vision for our downtown. They're invested in healthcare, they're invested in expanding the services that are provided at Annie Weaver Center now. So we can certainly continue those discussions with the county, but I can assure you that that did come up as a point when we were negotiating with them in terms
Okay,
of
so
the
what you're
services
saying is
provided
at this
and
point it's just a discussion, there's nothing in writing as of yet by the county, is that?
for community court?
Pardon me?
Community court, you're saying?
Just
or-
the Annie Weaver services that are included in that building. There's nothing put in writing from the county that will continue, or is it just a discussion?
It's just a discussion.
Okay, on that note, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table this particular item. I don't feel like I've had due process.
Commissioner, we're not, actually, it's only a presentation we're dealing with right now. There is no item.
Well, I'm not comfortable with agreeing on this project at all in my district. I need more time to vet this particular project as to the details of it, how it came about, what we plan to do, what are the future. I don't know a lot of answers with this project that I'm not comfortable with voting on at this point.
There's, if I may, Commissioner, this is just the presentation, the special joint meeting. We're going to recess this meeting
Okay.
and convene the CRA meeting.
Okay.
And you will have items to consider at the CRA meeting. That meeting will be adjourned, and we will convene the City Commission meeting, and then you'll have an item to consider at that meeting.
So we're gonna do the CRA first and then the city second?
That's correct.
The city second?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Commissioner?
No, I think that's it for now.
Very good. Any further questions from the commission on the presentation? Seeing none, very good. Okay, then let's see. We go ahead and we recess the special joint meeting we'll recess and a special CRA meeting will convene. So this meeting is in recess. And now we will commence the special meeting as Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, Tuesday, November 12, 2024 at 12:45. It's not, obviously, it's about 1:23. So let's start this meeting. Considerations. Item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving a term sheet primarily addressing the Broward County Retention Detention Parcel located within the boundaries of the downtown Pompano Transit-Oriented Corridor Project area in exchange for approximately 3.83 acres of land and improvements containing the Annie L. Weaver Center located at 2011 Northwest 3rd Avenue in Pompano Beach, Florida. authorizing the proper officials to negotiate and execute appropriate agreements between the CRA, Broward County, and the City of Pompano Beach pursuant to the term sheet, subject to legal review and approval by the CRA attorney and the city attorney, providing for an effective date. And Mayor,
Second.
pardon,
Moved and second for discussion. Yes.
Mayor.
before we start any conversation on this matter, I would ask that my remarks at the special joint meeting be incorporated into this record so that I don't have to repeat them.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor.
Then I've got Commissioner Perkins, followed by Commissioner Fournier. Commissioner Perkins, go ahead. Commissioner Perkins?
No, she can go ahead.
Commissioner
Go.
Perkins? Commissioner
Excuse
Perkins?
me, Mayor.
You have nothing?
No,
We
I'm-
also
I'm sorry,
wanted-
just a moment.
Commissioner Fournier raised her hand before me,
No,
that's why I
I'm
said-
sorry. I saw you first. You've
Never
got the
mind.
floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead.
You're done?
No, I'll say something a little later.
Okay,
Done for now.
very good. Thank you. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. If this is a good deal today, I think it's going to be a really good deal in January still, when we have more information about it. So I would like to make a motion to table this item until our January 14th meeting. We can reconvene another special meeting in advance of that with more information, more details, and with the people that the city of Pompano Beach elected in the last election.
Second.
Okay. Been moved to table this, moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
No.
Vice Mayor McGee,
No.
Mayor Harden.
No. Motion fails. Commissioner Fournier, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, I have a series of questions here and quite a bit of public feedback from people who didn't have the opportunity to come.
Commissioner, before, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let's.
On the item, are we not discussing the
well,
item?
Let's go through the standard motions of how we deal with business here, okay? So I'll get back to you then, if that's what
you just said I had the
if
floor,
that's-
so-
If that's where you're going, I get it, and that's fine. Let me recognize Commissioner Sybil, not Commissioner, but Ms. Sybil. Go ahead, Ms. Sybil.
Thank you, Mayor. Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. I have no additional comments. Cassie did remind me that we do want to incorporate the PowerPoint presentation for the record for the agenda item for both the CRA and the city.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. No, please, I need anybody to come forward to the microphone. We've got to have you on record. Just name and address in 3 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carol Eisman. I live at 4020 West Palmier Drive, number 311, Pompano 33069. A couple of questions that bother me. The one thing that I didn't hear was what kind of jobs? 3,000 jobs. Well, that's great, but in this area, what kind of jobs are we talking about? And let me explain why that is really important to me. Because if you're talking about retail jobs and restaurant jobs, that's great. But the rents that these developers are looking to charge, people can't pay them. As an example, those of you that know the building on Dixie Highway and McNabb, when I called to find out what their rent schedule was, I couldn't believe it. They called it a luxury building. Well, I've been in it. That's not luxury. And the one bedroom, 729 square feet, was over $2,000. So I want to know what kind of jobs we're talking about when we talk about 3,000 jobs. I'm also very bothered that we have commissioners that are not being noticed and being fully informed of what's going on in their district when they're making such major changes. I think that we need to really step back today. I'm sorry to hear that the motion to table was not there. And also, Why are you guys making the decision today when you have new elected officials that are going to be taking over in a week? So why don't you put it off, get some answers that are still out there? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just ask you once again, please refrain from any outbursts like that. That's so we can get through this. Go ahead, sir. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Paul Calamera, 651 Southeast 8th Ave, Pompano. We own 6 properties, all in Pompano Beach, District 2, 3, and 1. I think it's ridiculous. What the young lady said is right. Lame duck. And also, ma'am, you mentioned something about taxes.
Sir, just to the microphone.
Mike,
please.
okay, yeah. You mentioned taxes. Are you guaranteeing this whole project our taxes won't go up? I got 6 properties. That's a lot of taxes.
We don't make those kind of guarantees, sir.
Ah, okay. So then that means it's worthless
That's
even
right.
mentioning it. Why even mention that taxes aren't going to go up if you can't guarantee it? Lame duck, you guys are doing wrong.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I don't want to have to clear the room.
Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, give honor to the spirit of inclusion in the city of Pompano. Beverly Perkins happened to have another team on her side. We agree with her 100%. I ask you, Commissioners, to start giving respect to District 4 and showing that you care about the city of Pompano Beach, Florida. Ms. Perkins has been here for a while, and you need to start giving her the respect that is due. Voting against her on this district in 4, where we have multiple development, we got mass people coming in, and you want to block her out of what she has to say for her district, that's not fair. That's what you're doing. You're looking out for yourself. It's looking out and not looking out for the community as a whole, Mayor. You need to stop that. You need to start agreeing and showing her more respect as a commissioner on this dais. I think she's been the longest serving, and we need to give her her due respect. She has a new team that has joined her in her quest, whether she liked or not, to help her develop her district and to show y'all that you can't keep keeping her out. You got to stop it. And that's what I got to say. And to the people that's in this, what's the rush? What's the rush? We got so much going on to the city. It is chaos and confusion. Developers has cash flow. You saying that developers spent some money? Developers has cash flow. They got a cash flow. They never take a risk without knowing the profit flow. So when you tell us that they took a risk, I disagree. They're not taking a risk. They're going to make money off of the taxpayers in our community.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The people that are living here, they're going to make money. So it's not a risk. And I ask you all to say no to all this mass development. Stop it. It got to stop. Start getting BSO to go and help with the homeless. You don't say nothing about the homeless. BSO help Ms. Perkins with the homeless situation in District 4. We got a development, a new. Thank you, Ms. Fournier, for coming out to the grand opening. But in that grand opening, we got a child care center there, and you are welcome in the morning time going to get your vegetables by the homeless people sitting outside posting up every morning. So help BSO, help Ms. Perkins with the homeless situation. And y'all stop it. Stop turning her down when she ain't making requests. Just stop it. We got a new regime coming in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Mel Steffen, 298 Southeast 6th Avenue in Pompano. This needs to be tabled until a new commission gets in. And one other thing I had to say is, Mr. Harrison, Mr. Harden, Mrs. McGee, and Mr. Moss, please stand up and resign.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Let's next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lori Cooper. I live at 1031 Northeast 28th Avenue in Pompano Beach. I was at the original presentation for the entire downtown, and it looked very exciting, very bright, very shiny. The people that did the presentation, and they highlighted the city that they were from in Georgia. In that particular city and in that area, they have close to 20 corporate headquarters in that area. They have Delta Airlines, they have UPS, they have Verizon, to name just a few. But there's in the neighborhood of 20 or more. So their project was very, very successful. My husband and I have gone to another project, probably starting at 2014 to 2016, on Okeechobee Avenue in West Palm. If you go down Okeechobee, go east, you make a left-hand turn on Rosemary. About 2 blocks away there's 2 train tracks. One is the Tri-Rail, the other one is the Bright Line. And this project, when we first went, probably less than 10 years ago, they had Cheesecake Factory, Macy's, all the stores. Over the years, those stores slowly closed. Macy's is gone. All of the stores, Restoration Hardware, everything has been shut down. We recently went there 1 week. There were no more stores left. So my concern is you're asking the taxpayers, the developers, the city to go ahead and put this on our plate. With the bond that were recently done, that was close to $5,000 a year on my taxes. So now you're asking me just for a garage. What was it? How much was the garage?
It's multiple
Yeah,
millions of dollars.
$30,000 a space. So my concern is if this project fails, we don't really have high jobs in this area. I mean, for you guys, maybe, but are you willing to put your pension, your livelihood on this? Because you're asking us to do it. And we're the ones that live here, we're the ones that pay in taxes, we're the ones that voting, and we're the ones that eventually will be here. Maybe some of you won't, but I will be here. So that's what my big concern is that, you know, this gal over here says that she's concerned with it failing, and
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Next speaker. Just name and address to the record.
Hi, Cindy Doherty, 932 Southeast 10th Court in Pompano Beach.
One moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we keep the conversation down? If you need a conversation, take it out in the lobby. Thank you.
So I have three things I want to address. Number one, does this land swap have an expiration date that necessitated an emergency meeting? I would say probably not. Number two, obviously there are some people who don't have all the information. Why that is, I don't know. Number three, do we not already have a commuter rail line on Andrews Avenue called Tri-Rail? That most cars are already empty, so are we proposing a different city-wide only rail system? What kind of rail system is being proposed when we already have Tri-Rail? And it's right there. And you don't have to mess up all of the Dixie Atlantic thoroughfare with more traffic when Andrews has plenty of opportunity up on that area. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mayor?
Next speaker.
Mary Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. First of all, I want to say BSO has been very helpful to my company. We rent property located where my brother-in-law was talking about. Whenever we call BSO, they're there, they come, they move those people from that area. So I want to give my kudos to BSO. Thank you very much for helping us get that homeless situation under control where our business is located. So that's been very beneficial. I don't want to straighten that out, okay? Nextly, I just want to say about that mass transit. When Broward County first brought that to us, they told us that there would have been some kind of connectivity situation there When they put it there, they promised a lot of things. They promised that there was going to be a child care center and all of that. That did not materialize, and it ended up just being a bus station. I like the idea of being a commuter station simply because our thoughts were that people could be able to even get the Greyhound bus from there and travel to different locations throughout South Florida. So I like that idea. I think it's a great idea. And as far as the Annie L. Weaver, that building needs to be torn down, and I'm going to tell you why. Have any of you ever walked inside that building and see how they've configured it? How it's all cut up? It doesn't make any sense. We have Broward Health with a small portion of that building. If they can knock that building down and take the rest of that land and give us something that's really nice for the community, that would be beneficial. I believe the zoning for that property is community use or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I do not want to see apartments where it's located. I live in walking distance of that building in Kendall Lakes. And if you're all going to do anything with that parcel, please notify the community that's most affected. That's Kendall Lakes, as well as the Leisureville communities affected by it, because we're surrounding it. I believe Liberty Park or Sanders Park is in the back of it, but it's right on the main street where we're located, where my community is located. So I think that I think it would serve us to have a better building than what we have there. I remember when it was a nice building, when it wasn't so cut up, and it was very usable. Okay. But the other thing I want to say is progress costs money. And if we're going to progress in this Pompano Beach, it's going to cost us money. No matter what way you shake it or push it, we're going to have to pay to have the progress that we need. And we got to be accountable for how people are going to be able to move around. They're trying to work out some connectivity for us. I like the idea of the bridge because children have to go across Dixie Highway to go to school, that middle school that's over there. So I like that idea, a bridge going across so that people don't have to try to go across the street, okay? But thank you very much, okay?
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Linda Silverstein, 713 Southwest First Terrace, Pompano Beach, 33060. I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to a reimagined downtown. I'd love to see Pompano Beach maintain the village feel, and I'm concerned about a project that just looks like a mini Fort Lauderdale and may not be able to be sustained, as some people were saying. But what I did want to mention was, cars need to go through and people need to walk through, but I'd like you to add language around bikers and biking. My husband and I fully intend to bike to the station and park our bikes there and take the train. We don't take the one on St. Andrews. I like the idea of having one here and dropped off right where there's action happening, but I want to encourage you to include bike parking and bikers as one of the populations that'll be interacting with that center. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Name is Robert Scharf, 1261 Southeast 9th Avenue here in Pompano Beach. I know that the city hires a lot of contractors to do all different types of things. Has the city ever thought about having their own building department and own road departments so that they don't get screwed in prices from contractors?
We do have a building department, and we've got roads are maintained by our Public Works Department.
Your own Public Works Department?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Absolutely. Yes. Very good.
You're saying how much it costs. It sounds like that's a contractor.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Robert Pearsons, 171 Southeast 14th Street, Pompano Beach. I heard the outcry from the audience a little earlier. Some may be reluctant to come up here and actually speak, but I would support the commissioner's motion and recommendation to table this item and let the new commission make these decisions. We heard the group behind us had that same feeling. I don't think we need them all to come up. If they would just stand up and be represented, that would give you a better indication of how many people are against this and want the new commission to make decisions.
Very good. Thank you for that, sir. Next speaker. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. First of all, you're not interested in giving out information on appraisals or anything on the parking garage because the big one at the beach cost $47 million with interest. Remember that one? So you like to hide the numbers. You don't want the people to laugh at
Mr. Skaversky,
Second of all, out of everybody here, and I see just about all white people here, when you had the meeting at Pat Larkin's with this project, it was darn near 100% of the people, of course they were all black, and there was one white person there, were all against this project. Am I correct or not? All the blacks are against this going on in their neighborhood. So I don't understand how any of you could sit up here and think and be proud that you're going to vote on something, especially when we have a new commission coming in, when the majority of the people in that area are against it. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's correct. And finally, Andrea, I think you do know I like you and your mom and your sister. I think you're all great. Your dad, I don't really know.
Mr. Skaversky, is
Hold on, I'm talking.
Does this have to do with the item?
Sit there and behave. You barely won your election against somebody that didn't spend a nickel.
Does this have to do with the
behave
item,
your
sir?
butt.
Can you please stick to the item?
You are no longer beholden to this commission. You are no longer beholden to them to tell you what to say. As a conservative, I really think you should think about this. I think you should think about voting with the people and agreeing with that person in her district because the high majority are against it. You've been used for years. I know what it's like to be used. We'll keep that to ourselves because you remember we talked about that at early voting. At least you got compensated. Walk out of here with your head up high. Listen to the people that live in her district and listen to the people out here.
Very good. Next speaker. Just name and address to the record.
Yeah, good afternoon to the commission. My name is Gerard Weber, and I live at 2761 Northeast 5th Street, Pompano, for the last 40 years. I like redevelopment. I like the beach, how they did it, and the parking, but you got, everything costs money now that, when I want to go to the restaurants, I got to pay for parking. I can't even go, like on Atlantic, they started charging parking last year for, out of the blue. The other thing that came to mind was about 3 years ago when they started this Dixie Atlantic expansion, and they said about the safety of the children, that a consultant that they hired filmed the amount of traffic crossing the street on Dixie and Atlantic. There were only 7 kids crossing the street. This whole thing was about safety and calming down and everything else. How much would it cost to build that overpass if there's only, say, 20 kids going to school? They could ride a limousine from across the street and take them directly to the school without all this millions of dollars being spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Hello, Commission. I'm Darlene Smith, 3200 North Course Lane, apartment 213, Pompano Beach. And I was fortunate enough to be elected this last week, and I'll be one of the new commissioners sitting up there. But I want to say that I believe in the downtown development. I believe that it will make a good, solid economic foundation for our city. It's going to provide a tax base for everyone in Pompano Beach. In June, we committed to moving forward. The downtown project, legal documents have been written. It's moving forward. So we're talking today about changing that. Well, we already are committed. It'll be 20 years of planning, and we're finally in the implementation stage, as Suzette pointed out in her slides. The downtown project's going to take over 10 years. With the commission being reelected every 2 years, we could have 5 lame ducks commissions sitting up here. We can't stop each time. something comes up for a vote. Today's decision is a swap. It's a swap of property inside the corridor of downtown with property outside. It is not a money exchange. There is a money condition, from my understanding, I too haven't seen it, but a money condition of a commitment to building the garages, the 200 on the east, parking spots on the east and on the west. But we always committed to building those parking from the very beginning. Commissioners, I encourage you to work as a team today, for you to not stop the progress of our downtown and to move forward and make your vote. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker, please come forward, just name and address to the record.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Audrey Fezzik, and I am also one of the lucky folks who was elected in just this past week.
Say address for the record.
My name is Audrey Fezzik, 412 Briney Avenue. Okay, so I have a few things related to different, so I have two questions first. The first question I have is for Suzette. You mentioned that we would be deferring rent for 1 year. What would be the rent terms beyond that for the new City Hall?
So what we usually do, Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager again, Mayor. So what we usually do when we have to align cash flows is we taper the increase in debt service. So when you issue debt or you have an obligation to pay, i.e. lease payments, as I discussed earlier, you basically want to align the cash flows. So there's a deferred first-year rent. So first of all, we don't pay any rent during design and construction. There's a deferred first year of rent, and then I believe it's for the first, I would have to go back and check, 2 or 3 years after that, it's an escalation of rent so that we don't take the full load. And again, as Commissioner Forney pointed out, it was $12 million. That's the cap. We control the cost of all of our civic buildings. We get to value engineer that. We will be overseeing the process with our partners.
So it's $12 million, and then that's the cap, and then for how long is that term?
As I said earlier, it's 30 years.
30 years, okay. So I just wanted to, there's a whole lot more questions, but I just wanted to, since I have a limited amount of time, the people have been upset about this particular project for quite some time. For months, I know I attended several meetings, and even last year, several meetings. There's not really have been an opportunity for real numbers to be provided, and there's not been an opportunity for the, anything other than a marketing spin or a beautiful PDF, which does look very nice and fancy. The problem that we have is that this particular agenda item is a binding agreement. Is there any way that we can alter this to be non-binding if you were going to try to pass this or to come to some sort of terms? I understand on the county level it's non-binding. Is that something, Mr. Berman, you might be able to address?
Are you asking about the term sheet?
Yes.
Or are you asking about the master development agreement?
No, the term sheet specifically today with agenda related.
It's a term sheet is typically not binding to the extent that it's the final agreement, but it's certainly binding if it's approved by the county and by the commission and by the CRA, and the intention is to have a binding agreement.
Okay. I did provide earlier today a petition to everybody's email that the public who could not, most of whom could not make it. At the time I came up here, there were 464 signatures currently, and I'm sure there's still a few more people. I would like to just mention that with the lack of information, I would just encourage a no vote on this since we're not okay with tabling it. 20 years of planning, to me, and I appreciate, and I'm not discounting the hard work of the staff that has been involved, but 20 years of planning, I question why that can't wait another 2 or 3 weeks or another month so we can have all the information provided, so people can feel that there's transparency provided, so people can understand what they're signing up for as taxpayers. It's just, I'm encouraging a no vote from you guys, and it's just, it's just not a great way to start off a working relationship with a new commission either. When it feels like there's a blatant disregard for the taxpayers and residents based on those who just voted no to, everybody wants this no. So many people have come here to express their displeasure at this being rushed through. And so would just really, as business is no longer an emergency, I would just ask again that either reconsider tabling this or we go ahead and just vote no on this. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. Please go ahead and come forward. If you're going to speak, please come forward somewhat so we can keep moving. So then this will be the last speaker, is that it? Just okay, last speaker. Just name and address
Good
for the record.
afternoon, everyone. Lauren McGee Weiss, 2401 Southeast 7th Drive, Pompano Beach. I wanted to say, hey, Mike, I like you too. But I also want to say that I'm really excited to see this is actually moving forward. When I first got into a professional career and I was working at a firm off of Cypress and Andrews, the Tri-Rail station there had a disconnectivity aside from a limited parking area. The fact that Suzette and her team has come up with predominantly an not an overcorrection, but they're providing more parking spaces than any other city made the mistake of not doing. I think Pompano has an excellent opportunity because development happens in cycles. And if anyone has any questions on how built-to-suit leases work, I'm happy to answer those questions. And the ramp-up schedule and the rent abatement for the first year to counteract costs. I couldn't be more floored that the west side of Pompano is going to be having as much nice improvements as the east side. I don't know why people are so against that. And the fact that a commuter rail is coming in with last mile transit and transportation, when we're talking about jobs, we're not just talking about someone who's gonna check your luggage at the Brightline station. We're talking about people that are going to be commuting down to Brickell, commuting to Aventura, working for huge law firms. It allows the community that has been underserved for so long in Pompano to finally have an opportunity to take an economic leap personally. So I hope that everyone realizes the very good and is not going to make a knee-jerk, short-term decision that will affect long-term prosperity. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. So any further speakers beyond this one? If any, please come forward. Ma'am, are you going to speak next? Very good. Go ahead, ma'am. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. First of all, I would like to let's be clear, crystal clear. There's no gals and boys inside these chambers. That's number one. And number two is my family, other families, they are for this project. As I always say, my mom was raised in the projects. Martin Luther King, across as known as the Ugly Corner. My mom couldn't attend school because she had to work in the farms. And I dare anybody to sit in this audience and say that we don't deserve an upgrade in our community. We do. We do. We deserve nice things too, like they're on the beach, on the northeast area. We deserve that, and we're gonna get that. So for anybody to sit in the audience and say from the sweat, blood, sweat, and tears, from the migrant workers for this city, don't deserve to have something nice, you got to be out your mind. When the pier was being built, all those nice things was going on, we didn't come down here to stop it. So guess what? Y'all got to suck this up, because we moving forward. The downtown is gonna be built. And I promise you, on my little life, I will shut Dr. King down to show you how many people want the development to come. I will shut it down with bodies. I promise you that. And to you, Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm in agreement. We all are in agreement for you to be included with the new development coming in the District 4. We're not against that for you. But we also need you to, when things getting rocky and rough, we don't need you to be shutting down either. We need you to stand 10 toes down. So the license.
What do you mean by shut down?
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Well, working together with your constituents here?
Yes, I do that.
Okay, sometimes you don't.
I do.
Okay, so I don't want to lose up my minutes being back and
You
forth
brought up
with
my
the
name, so I
commissioner.
was just
So
answering.
I want to say this. We moving forward. We excited about it,
Thank you, ma'am.
and thank you.
Appreciate it.
Because that's what it is.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
My name is Georgianne McElligott. I live at 1110 Northeast 6th Street in Pompano. And I don't think anyone is against improving Pompano.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll give you a little extra time. If we can stop the conversations, please. If you've got conversations, take them out in the lobby. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that anybody loves this town more than I do. I've been here for 40 years. I was born in Fort Lauderdale. And what gets me riled up and crazy is when a meeting is called an emergency meeting when there are new people coming into this commission. I understand a lot of work has been done, and I appreciate the work that's done, but I think that as a lame duck commission, we need to have it just fair. And Beverly Perkins is she's a great representative for her people. She takes care of her district. Allison is taking care of our district. Great. Transparency and working together and all being one is all that we want. This felt, having an emergency meeting called right after the election, feels like we're being pushed into this thing. And I don't like it. And I don't think it's fair to the taxpayer to shove something down our throat again. So please, can we stop with this? You know, I remember a time when a commissioner had been elected, had been sworn in, and was told that she couldn't vote at that meeting because there was a big thing with the CRA, and it's just an ugly, ugly way to run a city.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Philip Knapp, 413 Briney. I'm not against redevelopment, and frankly, you've done a lot of great work over the years, but you're rushing this. You're setting a bad precedent. You need to spend more time and vet the numbers and get the people more comfortable with what you're doing. And you have a lot of people against this. So table it and, spend some more time on this. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Next speaker.
Sarah Peterson, 4354 Northwest 9th Avenue. I have a question. If this doesn't pass, what happens legally for the city if this doesn't pass?
Ms. McKenna?
It's actually already been approved. We're just bringing the details forward to let everybody know that we're not writing a check to the county and that Annie Weaver's going to continue. So it's already been approved.
Right. And it was approved in June.
That's correct.
Okay, so the purpose of this meeting is just to say, hey, we're not writing a check, correct?
And to let everybody know that all the services that have been at Annie Weaver for the last 37 years are going to continue, including the city's community court.
You say they're going to continue, but they're not in writing.
There is no discussion that we have had leading up to this in the several years that we've been talking to the county that suggests that the county which has operated Annie Weaver for the last 37 years, is now going to say, we're not going to do it anymore.
Right.
It's just not any part.
So we're operating in good faith that the county is going to continue these services and improve the Annie Weaver Center.
Well, I can't speak for the county. I can only speak for Pompano and the Pompano CRA. But there is no indication in this record that there is any plan by the county to stop providing services at Annie Weaver.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. As somebody who's been following this project for the past 10 years, coming to these commission meetings, the 1 o'clock, when they used to be at 6 o'clock, it really wasn't nobody in here. Then they moved it to 1 o'clock, and it still wasn't nobody in here until there's a red flag sent out, and then everybody shows up, and it's very reactionary. I'm coming from a place, the Northwest District, recently just moved off of 7th Avenue, and if anybody in this audience or in this community knows where 7th Avenue is, it is the completely slum and blighted area of the Northwest District. And coming from that area and knowing that this project is coming forward, I understand that there's not going to be a 100% agreement with everything, but I think this city needs to do better about understanding this isn't happening overnight. This has been going on for years. 10 years, I know I've been following the project, and I've been showing up to these meetings, reading documents that I don't always understand, but guess who do understand them? Consultants and people who you can go and talk to and get the information. And as soon as people come down here and act like there's some type of backdoor stuff, it creates a lot of misinformation and a lot of fear in people. Northwest District already fears this project. That you don't have to say anything else for that to be the truth. But as much as we fear it, we need it, because there's not opportunities there, and our community, our children, the next generation needs that. We're due that, we're owed that, and I think this community, city as a whole, needs to get behind bringing the Northwest District up to what's happening on the east side. Everybody been trying to move on up to the east side since George and Wheezy. It's now time for the Northwest District to bring itself up and follow Commissioner Perkins and how her vision and what she sees with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Heather Gilchrist, 1341 Southeast 9th Avenue. Commissioners, can any of you explain to me why this had to be done today and it couldn't wait 2 weeks?
Excuse me, Mayor. May I have your name again? I didn't capture that.
Heather Gilchrist.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Sybil, can you address that? Well, why are we doing this today and not 2 weeks down the road or a month down the road or 2 months down the road?
I mean, I'm just really, like 2 weeks,
Sure.
just enough time for the new commission to be seated.
Thank you, Mayor. Suzette Sibligan, Assistant City Manager. So we have a development agreement. We approved it in June. There are obligations for the developer and the city.
Expiring in the next 2 weeks?
Well, there are obligations.
Are there any deadlines in the next 2 weeks?
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to let her answer the question. Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Right. There are obligations in the agreement for us. The developer has been working with us in good faith. We are in partnership. We're working forward. We have a pre-approved agreement. This agreement is a significant agreement for the city of Pompano Beach. It lays out obligations, right? As Ms. McKenna previously explained, technically this item is already approved. We wanted to bring it forward because it has a lot of moving points. I did offer the county cash for the parcel, by the way. They did not want cash. They wanted land, right? Commuter rail came up again. I'm already funding it in the finance plan that's already approved, right? There's another parcel that they want the right of first offer if we don't have a need for it, which ironically is located next to Annie Weaver, and that plays into their position because what they told us is that their objective at some point is to expand that facility and expand their health footprint in Broward County, in Pompano Beach, to continue to serve our residents. So again, technically, I'm authorized to do these transactions. We were authorized to make these property exchange transactions because we understand that Annie Weaver is a high-profile building in the city, and it's critical to the Northwest community. We wanted to also highlight and update the commission on our rail discussion because we think that's a critical project for our residents and will benefit our residents significantly in this city. So again, in the spirit of full transparency, business goes on, whether we're transitioning from one commission or another, just like we have a regular city commissioner meeting following this with tons of agenda items, the business of the city continues.
I understand. So, yeah, I will take that as a no, absolutely. Commissioner-elect Smith, I don't remember.
Yes, she was here.
I fully respect that business can't always stop, but you mentioned there will be 5 lame duck commissions for a grand total of 10 weeks over the next 10 years, during which we might want to put a pause on business for the 2 weeks between the election and the time the new commission is seated. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect an average of 1 week per year for new commissions to catch up and for the voters who just spoke to be heard. So I'm very familiar with term sheets. So the term sheet is the thing that is being voted on today, correct? Has that term sheet been circulated or made available for the public to review? I worked in venture capital for years. I'm familiar with how complicated they can be. Has anybody presented this to the voters who will be paying for them?
It's in the backup, is correct?
That is correct. It's part of the backup. And again, we have a finance plan for this already approved in June by the City Commission and the CRA Board.
And the term sheet has been at the county level also.
It was approved at the county level today.
Has the public seen it, is my question.
Yes.
It's in the agenda backup, which is public, a record.
Have you presented it?
I just presented it today.
Okay. So it's being presented today and voted on today. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Also, Mayor Harden, I suffer from the same disease you have, where your face is very transparent, and when you're speaking to voters, you might want to watch how your face looks.
Okay.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Commissioner Fournier?
Can we just clarify some of what was said here quickly on what we're doing today legally? So the item before us says that we are authorizing the proper officials to negotiate and execute appropriate agreements. So this approval of this term sheet gives permission, and this is a question essentially, but it gives permission to the designee in the master development agreement to sign the agreement to actually do the land swap in the future, correct? So if we don't give that designee permission to do that, then we're saying no to this.
You can't really say no because you already committed to it in June.
Why does it say that we are giving the proper officials the authority to negotiate and execute agreements? If we say we don't, so what is this resolution?
As you well know, Commissioner, we frequently bring you a term sheet, and then we have an agreement that grows out of that term sheet that also has boilerplate provisions and that type of thing. That's exactly what we're doing here. As a practical matter, we probably should have used the word ratify rather than approve because you approved it in June.
Right. So if this body did vote no, what would happen? Who is Suzanne? I believe Ms. Sybil is the designee for signing agreements. She would still go forward and sign this?
Absolutely. And she wouldn't be the person signing it. It would be Kervin and the mayor.
Okay, but in the master developer agreement, there was a designee in there to sign these.
To sign purchase agreements, yes.
Right. Okay, so this says that they're authorizing the officials, but that's not what we're doing today. So
yes, you are. You absolutely are.
But if we say that we're not authorizing the officials to do it, you're saying it doesn't matter.
Well, it would lead to some serious legal complications in the agreement, and if there is an expectation that you want to unwind the agreement, you can't do that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this particular terms that you've put before us with the land swap and all. It's not the land swap that's an issue here. It's all the other affiliated things and things we're agreeing to provide in the future that are included in this term sheet.
All of which were discussed in June and approved in June. There is nothing new that is coming before you. We discussed in detail, and in the master development agreement, in detail, it talks about the need for the county parcels. So
For sure, it talks about this idea of acquiring land and land swaps. It doesn't talk about 400 parking spaces, dedicated parking spaces for commuter rail, but pedestrian connectivity that we are paying. It doesn't talk about Pompano Beach paying for those things.
It very clearly in the presentation talked in June, talked about public parking and what we were going to do, how we were going to fund it. So with all due respect, Commissioner, everything you needed to know was presented in June and at many meetings before June. So everyone had the opportunity in June to say a swap between the county and the city and the CRA for properties within the project area would not be a good idea. And that's not what happened. It was approved.
Well, that's actually not true. There were some of us sitting who voted against that development agreement at the time.
understand, but at the end of it-
because we didn't agree with these terms.
But the commission, the legislative body, approved a master development agreement, adopted resolutions that expressly authorized finalization of the agreement. And I would again respectfully say, we did not have to bring this to you. We could have just given it to the proper officials to sign. We thought it was important because we don't have to write a check to the county, and the Annie Weaver Center will continue to operate. And
It's not about the land swap. It's about all of the future obligations and spelling those out that were not
There are
detailed in
no
that.
new obligations, Commissioner. With all due respect, I have to respectfully say you're just simply mistaken about that. There are not new obligations.
So the master development agreement said that we were obligated to put in 200 dedicated parking spaces for commuter rail west of Dixie at a certain cost.
It doesn't have
read
that
every page of it.
It does not have that specificity.
Exactly.
But we certainly, at the presentation, showed all of the diagrams relating to public parking. The developer made very clear all of the areas that would be critical for public parking. So
Totally
it's
agree.
not new.
There were pretty pictures. There were Ps everywhere. Parking garages but no clear what they were for, what they were dedicated to. So this one is 200 spaces west of Dixie, 200 shared, although the agreement says up to 400. They're hoping for that we can acquire land east of Dixie for up to 400 parking spaces for commuter rail. So up to 600 parking spaces for commuter rail, really, some of them shared, that level of specificity was not in that master developer agreement.
The master developer agreement contemplates that those types of details are included.
So I think we do agree. It contemplates that there are future agreements that will happen and future deals. So
not future agreements, future land acquisition or exchange.
This isn't about land acquisition or exchange. It's all the other things that we're tying to this land exchange.
Commissioner, with all due respect, the item before you is an exchange that was approved in June.
It's a term sheet, but okay. The other thing is we keep talking about the county process here. So the county did approve this today on the consent agenda. So someone put it on the consent agenda there, and I understand why the county approved it. This is, if I were the county, I would approve this all day long. It's a great deal for the county, a great deal. So pointing and saying the county did it without even a discussion is evidence of exactly what I'm talking about here. Right. All day long, the county should support this. We are giving them an awful lot of commitments here. So that was my point on the process here of what we're doing. So it says, and maybe it shouldn't say this, but it says we are authorizing the proper officials to execute these agreements, which are binding to the city of Pompano Beach after this vote today. It's not some term sheet that comes back with an agreement later on. This is 100% binding, or already was binding, and didn't even need to be here, apparently. Correct?
That's correct.
Very good.
Thank you.
More? Okay.
Mayor?
Yeah, before, Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
I let Commissioner Fournier go there, but we were still in public. Can I just continue in public?
Finish. Yes,
okay.
yes.
Further input from the public on this item? Is there any further input? Seeing none, public input closed. Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Perkins. Oh, I'm sorry. No,
He's not. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Perkins.
I just want to, before we continue, I wanted to give a little synopsis of this project. I remember this project being talked about years ago when E. Pat Larkins was living, and the land in which we're talking about, how those homes were taken, how the businesses were taken on Martin Luther King Boulevard, between Martin Luther King Boulevard and Atlantic Boulevard. Bringing you up to speed to now, this city held 2 meetings regarding this project. The first meeting was at the Culture Arts Center, and the second meeting was at the Emmylou Olson Center. Not one meeting from this city or staff was held in the Northwest. So I took it upon myself to have a meeting with the community and ask the now master developer to be present to answer some of the questions that the community had for him. So after that, I decided to get a group of people from the community to meet with the master developer, who's Phil Mays, and come up with a proposal of some of the things that the Northwest would like to see in this project. I've said before, when you build something on the beach, you're going to consider those people live around the beach. If you're going to build something at the racetrack, you're going to consider those people that live around the racetrack. So now you're going to build something on MLK Boulevard, and the people live around it should be considered in that project. Now, I like the idea that Commissioner Fournier brought up, the 40% of African-American developers. But the reason that I voted against the master developer is because of the proposal that came from the community as to what they wanted to see in the project was not put in writing anywhere. It was not listed anywhere. So in other words, this project will go on and on. I've been sitting on this dais, ever since I've been sitting on this dais, I've been hearing jobs. I don't know, everybody come in with this thing about jobs, but then once they build, we don't hear anything about jobs anymore. So all I'm saying is, this project, yes, is going to happen, and I'm asking for 2 things again. Mr. City Manager, are you listening? 2 things I'm asking for. Number 1, I would like for you to keep me informed weekly with this project, via phone call or an email, weekly. Now, I said this before, I want to say back in June, that I wanted to be updated on this project as it goes along. I don't necessarily have to give an input, I just want to be informed. And I've been saying this over and over and over again, so this is not your first time hearing that. Okay, the second thing is, I would like for the proposal that was put together by the community to be considered in this project. Now, Mr. City Manager, can you get back with me on that? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The one question I have for you, Suzette, is you mentioned something about the consultant. Who is the consultant for this project? And how was that consultant chosen?
So leading up to the project and ongoing, so obviously we talked about the PhD economist who helped us with the report, the economics of the project. I presented that slide earlier. We also have an ongoing, now that was just a one-time project, to be able to add credibility to the data that we were presenting to the public and the community and the commission as well. But we also have CBRE, which is our real estate consultant, and they continue to be a consultant ongoing in the project, as well as Redevelopment Management Associate. So those are our 2 key consultants. We've had other ones throughout, leading up to presenting the agreement for placemaking, because we fully want to ensure that we have open spaces and that we have activities for the community to gather and enjoy themselves once the project is curated.
Okay, the reason I ask you that question is because that was listed in the proposal from the community, that you get at least 1 or 2 consultants from the surrounding area that could better help promote this project as far as jobs and what's available for this project for the community. That was the reason that I asked the question. Now, my last question is...
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I thought, obviously leading up to the approval of the agreement, there was certain specific expertise we were looking at.
Yes,
in
yes.
Making, the economics, all of that stuff, and we were on a timeline to get that done quickly. Of course, we see the jobs. We hear the Northwest community. I myself have met with some pastors who asked to meet with you and Tran and myself. So we hear the community. We understand that there are opportunities here. I think, it's a 10-year project, so I keep saying that. So even though we're moving forward with some solicitations for design, we think when we get into the contracts and some of the small contracts in the Northwest, I think what we want to do is identify what are the resources out there in the community that are needed in terms of our contractors' license. Are they insured? Do they need help with bonding? So how do we address that with someone to come in and help with that, right? We also, some of the things I've been working on, now I don't bring things to you, I take a long time to bring things to the commission and the public because I really take my time, I want to think it through. I am busy and I'm focused on just trying to keep the wheels on this agreement moving forward as expeditiously as we can because we have a partner, knowing that we have time, right? Design takes a year, then you get into construction and leading up to that, the idea is to work with the community, establish a database of contractors that are out there who need the work, based on the end users that are coming in, based on the civic projects as well. But some of them may not be licensed or insured. So how do we get them there, right?
We've already, excuse me for cutting you off, we've already discussed that. Now, with the master developer, when he met with the community, that was one of the issues we brought up, was that we want to include quite a few developers and contractors that are probably not certified or licensed at this particular time, and that we would set up a workshop to get them prepared so they'll know what to expect when these bids or whatever become available. That has not happened, but I heard you say that you're listening to the community, and I want to know who you're listening to.
Well, I heard you speak. I heard the community get up on June 20th, and they certainly had a lot to say, as they should have a lot to say. So what I am telling you, Commissioner Perkins, is I heard you. I'm working on it. I'm trying to put something together. It's not ready yet in terms of those resources and how we get all the players to the table. But first we identify the inventory, or who are these subcontractors in your district or other districts in the city? What are the needs based on what we're going to be doing in this downtown? Obviously in the near term, the civic uses are what's coming out of the ground first, but all of the other end users, they're going to come incrementally on board over a 10 to whatever year time frame. So what I'm saying is there are two components of the project, but I want to really sit and think it through. I heard the community, I'm not ignoring you. We are working on a plan. We're going to bring it back for consideration and discussion. You certainly will be a part of that process.
Okay, because I've always said that there's a disconnect with staff and the community, and that's where I feel like I should come in when it comes to the community. And this city manager and staff has failed to do that with me. Now, when I come to a commissioner meeting, everybody knows that I'm a collegiate voting person. So if you come up here and you sit up on this dais, and your constituents are out there and they're telling you what they want, I'm listening to the people. That's why I'm here. I don't know how I'm going to vote until I get here, but if this audience is packed, I'm going with the people. Now, how many times have anybody sat up on this dais and I voted against anything in your district? Maybe once. That's it. One time. And that's probably because they were in the audience packed. So I don't want to hear someone come up and say again that, of course, I don't vote with whatever. I consider myself a team player, but my job is really to listen to the people. And this is not a Beverly thing. This is a District 4 for the future generation. That's the way I'm looking at it. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, further commission discussion. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. So it was really interesting to hear the different perspectives here today. The hearing people say that this project is for lawyers who work in Brickell and they're going to be able to find a home in Pompano is definitely one vision. And then hearing the Northwest community say it's not, it's not for them, it's easy to understand that, right? Because if it's also easy to understand why people who live in my district are a little bit torn on this project also, because they're focused on affordability. They're focused on just Pompano being a good place to live, neighborhoods, community, and this whole live, work, play, and we're going to have these really dense areas for people that aren't, Pompano, traditionally Pompano residents. It's bringing an influx of a lot to our city, and it's going to push out things in our city, let's be honest. So if people don't feel like it's for them, there's legitimate reason for that, because some of this vision is that it's not for them. It's for people to be able to commute here, and I don't see how this long-term makes life more affordable for your average resident in Pompano Beach. But that is one of my concerns about the downtown in and of itself. So this agreement is my problem. If I was playing Monopoly with my kids and offered to trade Boardwalk for Baltic Avenue, I wouldn't be a good deal, but I feel like we are giving up an awful lot here. We are committing to a lot. And without any numbers, any appraisals, any actual information. And so I don't know how to evaluate this deal for the residents of Pompano Beach besides coming up with my own estimates for what we're giving. To be clear, it's not just a land swap. We are giving an option to the county for another parcel of land. And we don't know, there's no commitment for what they're going to do on those parcels of land. So in addition to swapping land, and land that is a piece of land that is more valuable for one that's less valuable, we are giving a free option to the county to acquire another adjacent parcel of land, and we don't know what they're going to do with it. We're not. Okay, Claudia, we're not. The parcel north of Annie Weaver, they don't have the first right to buy it.
Excuse me. We have given them a first option, but if you look at the terms, it's very clear that that's only, number one, if you were to decide as a legislative body that that's something that you want to do, that you think is in the best interest of Pompano, and then it would be based on a fair market evaluation.
Correct, but they are getting the first right to buy that, and a fair market evaluation has me confused right now, because this is a fair market evaluation. I haven't seen a single appraisal for a single piece of land here. So I know in the agreement it says there has to be appraisals. So I'm glad that actually requires appraisals. So we are giving them the first right to buy an additional piece of land adjacent to Annie Weaver, that property. We don't know what they're going to do with it because there's no commitment for that. We are committing to a certain number of dedicated parking spaces that was not laid out in the master development agreement, the number of dedicated parking spaces and where they are at, which means we are committing to multiple parking garages just for commuter rail, not for the downtown and the whole project where the Ps were listed before. I'm not asking right now. Thank you. We are committing to pedestrian connectivity across Dixie Highway, which is particularly concerning to me because we just spent $45 million on what was supposed to be pedestrian connectivity across Atlantic and Dixie Highway. So if we were going to have to build a pedestrian bridge anyway across Dixie Highway, we should have done it and kept the lanes and the roads. We are also committing to this land swap, like I said, with no appraisals. So the value of this deal to Pompano versus the county is very lopsided, what we are agreeing to. And it may be baked into your numbers in the downtown, but as we sharpen the pencil on this and see this, and you're asking us to approve for you to sign off and commit the people of Pompano to these future obligations, I can't do that. I can't. So the rush, I don't know, but we asked for 2 amendments. When that agreement passed back in June, there was a motion for 2 amendments to come back to the agreement. One was to increase the African American participation, and one was to do traffic studies nearby, or traffic surveys. Where are those amendments? Because we haven't seen those. Those never came back to us. We asked for that. Where is it?
They will be coming.
Okay, but that wasn't a rush. There was no rush on that. There was no rush on that, which is concerning. So my concerns are the business terms of this deal, the inability to really evaluate it, but what I can evaluate, it looks like a bad deal. And the optics of this, pushing it, getting a call from the city manager's office the day after Election Day saying we needed to do it this week. The optics of that are horrible, horrible. And I just think you should be ashamed of yourself for that one, Mr. Harrison. So schedule the meeting we have not had a special meeting like this scheduled since I've been in office with so little notice. We got this at 2:30 on Thursday. The city was closed on Friday, closed on Monday for the 4-day work week and a holiday. We had no opportunity to actually really ask questions about this or to sit down. So this entire thing stinks to me, and I can't support this, even though according to our lawyers, it doesn't matter. So I don't know why you did this. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Real quick, off the subject, Pastor Sims, I don't want you to leave. I want to introduce you. My question is about the 400 parking spaces. Do we have a contractor in place to do that, or are we going to send that out for bid?
We would be sending out for bid.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
So going back to this specific term sheet for this specific land swap, I know that it has been under discussion and looking to make this switch with the county for way longer than I would have been on the commission. Like this has been, audience may not know, but I've voluntarily served for our city on the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the last 4 years. I'm on their exec board. I'm also the chair of the Metropolitan Transportation Engineering and Constructive Cooperative. So I've been working hand in hand also with Broward County Transit, MPO, MTEC, everybody trying to figure out transportation options for the county all together, trying to do my best to bring a station to Pompano Beach to keep us on the map as, you know, a destination for business opportunities for residents in this downtown. We're planning to have, you know, events using the cultural center, all of these things. Because yes, you know, after the COVID situation, we were looking at 1,000 people a day moving to Florida. And a lot of them came down here. And it threw off supply and demand of everything, from single family homes to apartments to retail opportunities. Things got completely thrown out of whack. And we've been having to work to accommodate things. That's why when I first, actually prior to COVID, when I first got into office, I worked with the city manager's office and the commission to push and get the circuit through. We were already looking on how to expand the circuit because we have one of the top riderships in the region. We were also just, fortunately at the last commission meeting, brought back the water taxi with a Pompano resident annual option to also actually be a transportation alternative. We are constantly looking at ways in which to make this happen. One of the sticking points from my fellow commissioner seems to be this parking. I don't know how, like, obviously if we have a train station, you're going to need parking. So that was going to come up at some point, and we've always discussed building into garages, and there would have to be dedicated spaces for rail commuters. That's also people coming into the city, but it's also people going out. So yes, you might have an attorney that lives in Adventura coming from Pompano, but it might be the reverse. It might be that there's an accounting office in the new downtown that someone can come in off Brickell and take the rail to come to as opposed to driving. And those are the types of opportunities we're trying to create, not just in Pompano, but throughout Broward County and throughout the Tri-County area altogether. I recently was able to put together a meeting to try and get an additional tri-rail station out at the casino property, because one of the things that's very unknown, or it's kind of a little secret over here in Pompano, is we have a east-west rail spur that could potentially connect the Bright Line station to a future tri-rail station via rail to further eliminate cars from the road. I've been pushing for that through the county, through the MPO, bringing this up at every opportunity I can throughout, even up in Tallahassee and DC when I've lobbied for us up there. So this is a huge commitment on not just the city's level, but the county, the state level, to try and figure out how to accommodate all the thousands of people who have moved to the state of Florida recently and make sure that we're doing that. And that's also, you know, when we're talking about job creation in the downtown, a lot of times the answer, we may not have specific answers because the market's going to dictate who's coming in. But we're going to build the spaces, build the buildings to encourage everything from mom and pop retail and coffee shops and restaurants to hopefully corporate headquarters where you can start a job in the mailroom in corporate climb, or you can come back from college and have opportunities. Because that's the one thing, I was born here in Pompano, and I knew going to college, there was an opportunity to come back here. We're not headquarters like that yet. And that's the goal. So no, we might not have all the answers yet because the market will dictate a lot of it. But for this swap right here, right now, I can very clearly say that this has been looked at for a long time because it is adjacent to the transportation hub of the bus station. And the county and the city is working very hard to try and make it where you could jump from a train to a bus or take the bus out to the future light rapid bus transit line that they want to put on Power Line and get around the county. Because I know someone brought up about that there's a Tri-Rail station, but part of the problem with Tri-Rail is there's not enough stations, and those stations aren't destinations. And these are the things that are being constantly discussed. We're very excited to be working with the new head of Broward County Transit, the new administrator in the county. There's a lot of moving parts on all of this. And yes, it's been going forward for 30 years. And this specific land swap, I know is integral to the transportation of the entire region. So if in the terms of trying to alleviate some of the traffic and future traffic of future residents, we are getting the better deal. We are the boardwalk. So, thank you.
Thank you. Further Commissioner Seegers-Eden.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just briefly, this drainage parcel is a strategic piece of the entire puzzle. It's right there to just let it not be utilized in a better way that would better serve the public really would not be beneficial. And the value of that property obviously will increase quite a bit. Now, let's not forget that the center has been operated by Broward County for 37 years, and they pay us a rent of $10 a year. So it's not like it has a super value, it's a strategic part, and I have to agree with the long-term vision that I voted for the developer agreement in June. I think it's a good thing. Do I agree that we need to make sure that we are listening to the public? And what I know for sure is that we have a lot of public meetings. I had a meeting at the Bury Center on the charter amendments prior to the thing. I sent out 12,000 emails. You know how many people showed up? 18. 18 people. So I know we have a lot of meetings in this city. I know because people think we just sit here coming around once every 2 weeks. Not the case. We're out there all the time. And I know the city would love to have more meetings. But yes, I agree with Commissioner Perkins. We need to make sure that we are listening to the community and that we are providing those opportunities. But if they don't come to the table and they don't come to the meetings, what can you do? So it's important for people to participate and find out a little bit more about what we're doing. This is sort of a ministerial thing. I agree with the new downtown. I agree with the commuter rail. I think it's going to finally take Pompano into its renaissance. We do have beautiful things on the beach, and judging from the success of the beach, the residents should be confident that we can do the same thing for the Northwest, for the heart of our city. So, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. As I always say, the beach is a completely different animal than this. The beach is something. It's a destination. You get the option to go to the beach and use the beach. This area is a heavily traveled area of our city. But Vice Mayor McGee, I just want to say, at any point in the last couple of years, you could have come along on something, whether it was reward money for families in the Northwest who had children who were victims of gun violence, or people begging you to listen on traffic issues on Atlantic. At any point, you could have come along, and instead it was always a trust me, the beach is beautiful, everything's going to be great. Well, I don't think trains are going to save us. I really don't. I think it's it's an important thing that's coming, but this is so far in the future, everybody. This is so far in the future. So the idea that trains are going to save us from our traffic problems and is completely another one of those, you telling us to just trust you instead of listening to the people who live here and what they want. And what they want is affordability. They want to be able to not feel like this city isn't for them. They want it to be for them, and they want to be able to afford to live here. And that is all of this that we're committing to in this downtown does not, this $10 to $20 million today that we're committing to does not help with affordability in this city.
Vice Mayor.
Agree.
You know, Commissioner Fournier, I had hoped when you joined the commission 2 years ago that at some point you would have come along into seeing the vision and the beauty of what we could make. You always refer to the beach as something as though it's always been. I was born here. The beach has not always been. It was a parking lot. There was not the restaurants. It was not the beautiful thing that it is today. And it took 2 commissioners before me to champion through the garage that no one wanted at the time. People came out and filled the room and railed against, why would we need a parking garage? No one's ever going to park at the beach, is what they would say. And he championed it through and was able to make the beach what it is today. Because without that parking garage, now everyone's like, when are we getting the second parking garage? Without putting the parking garage there, the restaurants wouldn't have been able to come in and survive. Without that, we wouldn't have seen what we wouldn't have attracted, and without all that, we wouldn't have attracted a Ritz-Carlton and a Waldorf Astoria to Pompano. Like that was even on my bingo card. That was beyond anything I expected. And then you tie that in with affordability when it's a supply and demand. When you moved here, you bought 11 single-family homes and took them off the market. That takes away from affordability. You could have bought a multifamily residence instead. But that goes to affordability crisis and single-family home crisis. And every time we've brought forward things to now make the downtown a destination, like we made the beach a destination, because it wasn't one. Fort Lauderdale was the destination. Lauderdale by the Sea was the destination. Lighthouse Point was where all the families moved. People did not come to Pompano. So we made it the destination that it is today, and I believe we can do the same for the downtown. And I think the families in downtown and Northwest Pompano who have been paying taxes to our city for generations deserve that. And that is why I fought so hard and will continue to fight with passion to bring stations, to bring economic opportunity and everything to my hometown, because this is where my family is. Just because I'm not on the dais does not mean I care any bit less for this town, for the people here, and for the future of Pompano. Because this is my hometown. My family's been here since the 50s. Like, this is where my life is and where I'm going to keep fighting for it always.
Mayor.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor.
Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. So I don't think I've ever said the beach has always been. I said the beach is a different situation. It is a destination. It is something people get to choose to go to. And that is what I always say. I am well aware of what we've done at the beach because I've also lived here a long time. I may not have been born in Pompano Beach, but that doesn't give you ownership of Pompano Beach, the fact that you were born here. Okay? This is my home as well and my family's home. And I'm really sick of hearing that if you're not born here, you don't get a right to have a say in Pompano Beach, because you do. If you live here and this is your home, you get to say in what happens with the future of Pompano Beach, period. Okay? So my situation, my personal situation, has nothing to do with what's going on here. But if you want to talk about it, I actually help provide affordable housing to long-term residents of the city of Pompano Beach. Okay? I have tenants who have been in properties for well over a decade and pay extremely under market rents. So if you want them to come up here and talk to you, I'm sure they'll be happy to do it. But I don't think that's the issue, okay? I think the issue is who this city is for and how we're doing this and the affordability for the residents of this city. And that is what I am focused on, and I would have hoped you would have been too. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Commissioner Sigerson, okay. I just got a couple of questions. Has Suzette or Mr. Harrison, has the county ever had any kind of a commitment to the Annie Weaver Center up there? I mean, any kind of a written commitment to keep it or anything? I know there's been a lot of people asking about, well, what's going to happen to that? But has the county ever had any kind of committed stance in writing to that facility?
They did not give us a written commitment. We were in the process of renegotiating the lease terms with them.
No, I understand now, but I'm asking historically.
Oh, historically, no.
Yeah, no, I mean, the county,
Within the lease.
the county just runs
Right, they lease
facilities.
the
That's what the
facility.
county does.
They lease it and they put the services in there, just like any landlord-tenant relationship.
Right.
Now, I will tell you that they want to expand the footprint. They understand what the critical services that are there, and the conversation got into that their vision is to keep the services, but also build on it and expand it.
Okay, for the
Residents, for the same services.
For the purpose
social
that
and
the
health.
Annie Weaver Center is, basically. Okay. It's not like they want to flip it to some private developer and build a tall condo. That's not, the county doesn't do that. I mean, I don't think they do it very often, but they could. But as far as the $10,
Can I add one more point?
Sure, go ahead.
And it's not zoned for that, by the way, it's community facilities.
I didn't think it was, right? So they'd have to come to the city if they wanted to actually do that, which we would have a way of saying yes or no. And the fact that we're only charging, what is it, $10 a year rent? Is that what it was, $10?
That's 37 years.
That's not unusual. Throughout the county, throughout the state, throughout the nation,
That's what governments do. I won't
that's
get
what
into
governments do, right? I mean, Broward County basically is us. I mean, they take our tax dollars and they provide services, just like the city does that. So the fact that we're not charging them, $200,000 a year in rent, I mean, it kind of makes sense because we're all in the same business, kind of like. Now, as far as the parking spaces that we've got delineated, basically, we've been talking about this a long time. We never planned to have a train station with no parking, did we?
No, absolutely not. And like I said, we've been in discussions with the county since 2022.
Right.
Contemplated public parking both on our side and the developer's side because it's a mutual partnership. And this trail station benefits all of us, including the residents of Pompano. So we've always contemplated public parking. Rail parking is public parking. It benefits our residents. Our residents are going to park there and be able to ride to work if they are distances away from their jobs. We're creating jobs. If they don't want to do that anymore, they have the ability to apply for those jobs. It's kind of a win-win. The other thing I wanted to address is, someone making the comparison that we're not Georgia, we don't have corporate headquarters. Obviously, part of this is attracting corporate headquarters to this, but also I think one of the amazing ways this developer has come out and designed this conceptual plan is residential. Then you have restaurants. Let's face it, people like to eat. And I wish that when I got married 20-something years ago, that mixed-use development was a thing, because I tell you right now, if I had a restaurant walks and steps from my home, I would not get in my car and drive somewhere else. I would stay there, I would eat, I would live, I would work, and I would play. And that's the other critical part, is having the city hall there. So right away, we have a stimulus for that downtown. The residential is there, they will stay there, they will live, work, play. City hall is there, so all our employees, probably 600 that's going to be in that building, are going to be able to have lunch there, happy hour, dinner. I mean, what a fantastic thing. And then on top of that, we're going to have the placemaking. So we're going to program the facility. We're going to have all this open green space. And the residents, we're going to have all these events there, just like we do in other places in the city right now. And it's really an exciting time for the residents of Pompano Beach. So we have really thought this through, Mayor, commissioners, residents of Pompano Beach. We're not taking this lightly. It's a long-term plan. Will it have ebbs and flows? Absolutely. We will work through that. We're going to pursue grant funding, everything we can do to maximize and leverage our dollars, because the resident got up and yelled at me and told me that I hid money. I don't appreciate that. I'm just saying, because that is not a nice thing to say. And my name is Miss Sybil, by the way. And in the words of Miss Lauren Hill, respect is just a minimum. Okay? Be respectful. Don't yell at me. Don't scream at me. You can ask a question and I can answer it. And that's fair game. Okay? Someone else got up and talked about the general obligation bonds and that it's costing them $5,000 a year. Again, that's my trigger. I'm going to talk about it. I'm not sure if it's the right address, but I looked up that person on the property appraiser's website. I'm glad to have a conversation because I did not see $5,000 a year. So please do not get up here with misinformation. It's not right. It's not fair to the hardworking directors in this city that work for you every day. It's not right.
Very good. Yeah, I caught that $5,000 in taxes for the GO bond.
Actually, $330 a year.
I assume the person owned multiple millions of dollars worth of property or something. That's kind of what Commissioner Seegerson, anything? Sure, go ahead. I can.
And I also want to just remind everyone that the city some time ago mandated by ordinance that if a developer wanted to come and build more than 10 units, a building with more than 10 units, that he has to go down to the county and get those units. And what the county requires is that 15% at a minimum be affordable. So we're also getting affordable housing that is mixed income. It's income that's, you have different levels of income, but 15% at a minimum will be affordable. And that means we don't have to build it and pay for it as taxpayers. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think that's a very important point, and I think it was good on our city to require them to do it. And if they're not doing it, they buy it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. I was going to touch on affordability also, because people have talked about, well, the city should be more affordable, and why don't you try and make it more affordable? And really, I mean, the city doesn't dictate that, but what the city could do, of course, is we could, if the governing body chose to do so, I guess we could take tax dollars and actually give it to people to help pay for their mortgage payment. Now, that's one way to make it more affordable, I guess, which winds up costing the taxpayers. It's not a great idea, but a better idea to help with the affordability complex in any community, in my mind, is to increase the wages in the area. And that's what the downtown is about. It's about creating and attracting really good jobs where people can actually have good jobs and make good pay. So suddenly everything becomes more affordable for them because they make more money. So that's.
Can I make
just want to touch on that.
An additional point on that, but also I think upskilling and reskilling our workforce. So those are things we're working on behind the scenes, and how do we get people their wages up so they can afford the rents? Because let's face it, what we call affordable, some people still can't afford it because they just don't have the skill set to raise their wages in our community.
That's it. So the Downtown Pompano Transit-Oriented Corridor was created in 2012. And it wasn't even created until we had amassed a great deal of property out in that area. So I just want to point out to folks how long this thing has really been in the planning stages, been thought about. And I know since, gosh, when I was first on the commission, which was back in 1998, I believe that's when that bus depot was created. And from the time it was created, the city administration, and I personally as a city commissioner / now mayor, I've always looked at that parcel, the drainage parcel, as a tremendous waste of an asset in this city because it's nothing but scrub. I mean, it doesn't uplift the community, it doesn't uplift the city, it's nothing but an eyesore. And I understand per the rules, I mean, you've got to have drainage, but here we've got an opportunity to actually utilize our master drainage system so we can repurpose that property, which really, I mean, that's a no-brainer in my book. But yeah, I understand that, yeah, there's not everything spelled out perhaps, but no, it's close enough in the master agreement and what we've got here that I support this. Further commission discussion, Commissioner Moss.
As many of you know, this is my last meeting, and so I think right now we need to get down to brass tacks. What this is, in this world there are sins of commission and sins of omission. And Commissioner Fournier sent an email or a video out to many people, including myself, which provided you with half information that would lead you to a conclusion that was basically false. So she's very good at this. She does it many, many times, and it won't be the last time. But you were duped. You were duped into believing that something that wasn't was, and I feel sorry for you. Also, she's trying to pull a fast one. She accuses the city manager of pulling a fast one and not waiting for a new commission to come up here to vote on this. I was elected to be here. Vice Mayor McGee was elected to be here just like everybody else. And she's trying to change the rules that are inconvenient for her so she can hopefully get her way. So I just consider this to be, a very sad experience. We've sat here for hours listening to people say the same thing 20 different ways and 20 different times. The fact of the matter is, this has been going on for a long time. It's something that this community wants, and just because 75 people out of 115,000 show up doesn't mean that it shouldn't go forward. So, of course, I'm going to vote for it. And next time, I would ask you, when you receive these kinds of communications from any commissioner.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let the commissioner speak.
And see, this is.
Oh, sir, I'm going to tell you right now, sir.
Why should I stop talking?
Stop.
Well,
Sir,
because I think you're mistaken.
I'm going to ask you again, sir. This is your second warning. Please don't say anything else. Thank you.
And this is exactly what I mean. These very rude, ill-informed people coming here, making a lot of noise. Yes, I'm speaking down to you because you're wrong. You're wrong. You can't sit here and come and have a civil conversation with people. You're going off that bar. Can't you have a little bit of civility without jumping up and down and hollering and storming out of the room like third graders? I'm sorry. You've been duped. In the future, please make sure before you swallow things, hook, line, and sinker, you really know what you're talking about, because you got fooled today by someone who's very good at fooling people. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, please. Commissioner Fournier, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you are a lame duck, Barry, and even during the campaign.
But not a dead duck.
Mr. Moss?
You took the wildly inappropriate behavior of sitting in for your chosen successor in a debate and debated for her in her absence. So if you want to talk about duping people and doing the wrong things, you're a master of it. But what I'm going to tell you is that next week, Ms. Smith will be in that seat, and my only hope is that she will have her own views and she will listen to the people and be so much more respectful than you are, because that's what the people deserve, not that kind of tone. And my job is to inform the people. So telling them every detail of what it is my job, and that is exactly what I did. Just because you don't agree with my conclusion doesn't mean that you can sit here and tell me that I omitted anything, okay? So you, on the other hand, sit in a chair and pretend you're someone you're not just to get her elected. So let's not go there, but I'm going to say, good riddance, Barry. It's been nice working with you, and I'm hopeful that your successor can actually listen to people with a little bit more respect. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor. Here's some more half-truths.
Commissioner Moss.
Is he off his meds again?
Commissioner Moss, please.
All right, the truth of the matter is that it wasn't a debate. There were nobody sitting there exchanging ideas with one another or contradicting each other's ideas. It was a presentation, and I was invited by John Knox Village to do what I did, which was to stand up and tell the audience why I think Darlene Smith was the best candidate to represent District 5. There's another example of a half-truth. It wasn't a debate. I was invited to be there. This lady is very good at doing those things. And the reason I'm leaving, first of all, is because I think I have a very, very competent person to take my place, and I'm sick of listening to your half-truths, your manipulations, and your lies in miniskirts.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. No more commission, Vice Mayor?
The fix is in, we're done.
I got Vice Mayor.
This one.
That's twice now. Thank you, Mr. Skaversky. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think the main thing is in politics altogether and social media, there's a lot of stuff. Fortunately, in Pompano here, we do have an amazing staff that I really have enjoyed the privilege of working with, that I really encourage any questions you have on things, reach out. They will direct you to presentations. They will show you things. They will meet with you. They will do whatever is necessary, because I do believe our staff believes in our city wholeheartedly as well. And they are here for you. They work for you. They will answer your questions, clarify things. Please use that resource. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you for that. All right, let's go ahead and call the roll on item number 1.
Commissioner Fournier,
No.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes?
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute a third amendment to the Property Disposition and Development Agreement relating to 5 properties located at 620, 600, 500, 300 Northwest 31st Avenue and 140 Northwest 27th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Tran.
Yes, New and Trans CRA Director. Good afternoon, still afternoon. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the CRA Board. Thank you for allowing me to squeeze this item in today so that we can cancel next week's regular meeting, since we only have one item. So, just to save you guys time from meeting. Thank you. This is another amendment to an existing property disposition and development agreement. The board entered into the first agreement January 16th of 2018 with Hadar Homes. Hadar was to build 71 townhomes, apartments along Northwest 31st Avenue and also at 140 Northwest 27th Avenue. Due to the COVID pandemic back in 2020, they encountered a lot of delays. They came to you on December 31st, 2022, and that's where the first amendment to the agreement was approved. That first amendment did some assignments from Hadar Homes to ICG and also extended the construction completion deadline for these units. They've encountered some additional delays with the adverse shutdown of COVID, so a second amendment was approved by the CRA board back in February of 2025. So they are still current within their agreement. The agreement expires on February 28th, 2025 for the units at 620, 600, 500, 300 Northwest 31st Avenue. And also it expires June 30th, 2026 for 140 Northwest 27th. They are again seeking a third amendment to extend the construction completion deadline. They are under construction. They're almost done with the units on 31st. That corridor has really changed. Is now becoming more residential in nature instead of more industrial. So just to be in compliance with the development agreement, we have received a request for a third amendment to extend that deadline. For the 31st Avenue, they're looking at 10-month extension to the end of December of 2025. And then for Northwest 27th Avenue, they're seeking the extension to December 31st, 2027. They have received site plan approval on the development on 27th Avenue, and typically it takes about 18 months, 20 months to fully complete. So they are here if you have any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns?
Mayor, one question.
Commissioner Perkins, yes.
What is the completion date?
The completion date for the units on 31st Avenue is going from February 28th, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. And then the units on 140 Northwest 27th is going from June 30th, 2026 to December 31st, 2027.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion, questions? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes?
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee,
Yes.
Chair Harden.
Yes. So let's adjourn this special meeting of the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency And let's commence the special meeting as City Commission of Pompano Beach, Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 at, let's see, it's about almost 10 minutes after 3 o'clock. Very good. Under considerations, item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving a term sheet addressing the redevelopment and conveyance of the Broward County detention parcel located within the boundaries of the downtown Pompano Transit-Oriented Corridor Project area in exchange for approximately 3.838 acres of land and improvements containing the Annie L. Weaver Center located at 2011 Northwest 3rd Avenue in Pompano Beach, Florida, authorizing the proper officials to negotiate and execute appropriate agreements between Broward County, the city, and the Pompano Beach Community Redevelopment Agency pursuant to the term sheet, subject to legal review and approval by the city attorney and CRA attorney, providing an effective date.
So
Mayor,
moved.
before we continue, I would like, for purposes of the record of the City Commission, special City Commission meeting, to incorporate the presentation made by Ms. Sybil and the comments made previously by CRA counsel, Ms. McKenna. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Ms. Sybil, anything additional?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Suzette Civil, Assistant City Manager. No additional comments.
Very good. This is a public meeting. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Commissioner Perkins, then Commissioner Fournier.
So, Mayor, this is the city term sheet. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. I had one question and then one other comment. So in this land exchange, will the parcel be exchanged to the city and then go to the CRA, or is it being exchanged directly to the CRA? It wasn't clear in the term sheet.
City to the CRA.
So does the Amendment 1 passing make that transfer
No,
to
it
the
has-
CRA easier?
Has nothing to
Okay.
do with it. The Broward County has eminent domain authority, so it would have had nothing to do with it anyway.
Understood, but the transfer then from the city to the CRA. So the exchange is from the county and the city. That's this exchange.
Commissioner, if you recall, at the June meeting, you approved all the intragovernmental transfers between the city and the CRA. And the reason for that is that it has always, since the inception of the CRA, been lawful for the city to transfer to the CRA because they are essentially the same body.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other thing that I didn't mention the last time around is I am in possession of probably about 60. I didn't count them, Commissioner Moss, so I'm not sure if I'm lying. It might be 57, might be 62, not sure. But emails from people who couldn't be here at 12:30 on a Tuesday with so little notice who wanted to be here. So I will give these, I guess, Curvin after this to ensure that these are part of the record, unless anyone wants me to read all of them.
You can just give them here.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
Mayor,
Commissioner Moss?
can count to 60, can't you? Why haven't you counted?
Very good. Okay. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes?
Commissioner Perkins?
No?
Commissioner Seegerson Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, so let's adjourn that meeting, and now we reconvene the joint special meeting, and that meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Let's take a 15-minute recess. Go, Kervin? Good to go. And Mr. Harrison, good to go on your end?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting, November 12th, 2024, to order at about 3:30 p.m. If I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate, I would appreciate it. That way we don't get disrupted during the meeting. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Here.
Commissioner Moss?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Here.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Here.
I guess I can move over.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Here.
Mayor Harden?
Here. Very good. Our invocation, we've got a special stand-in for our invocation this afternoon. We've got new Pastor Sims from the Bethel AME Church. Pastor Sims, welcome. Thank you for being here and giving the invocation for us. If we can all please stand for the invocation, will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor, welcome to town.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity. Let us pray. Most gracious God, who from your throne beholds all the dwellers upon the earth, we seek and ask you for your servants, this mayor and this council of commissioners here in Pompano Beach, that they may always incline to your will and walk in your way, and that you will likewise bless all who are set in and to be in authority over us and working for us in this local government, that they may be dedicated to the advancement of your glory, the good of your people, the safety, honor, and welfare of our city, that all things may be so ordered and settled by their endeavors upon the best and sunset foundations, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be establishing among us for all generation. These and all other necessities for them, for us, and for your residents of this city, we humbly beg in the name and mediation of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Good. Thank you, Pastor. Right. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of October 22nd, 2024?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this evening, or this afternoon still, are there any changes, Mr. Harrison?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving as printed the agenda?
So moved?
Second?
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. On our consent agenda this evening, all the items are being pulled. So all of the items will be dealt with individually in due time, so they are not eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. We have one proclamation today, proclamation for Small Business Saturday. I'll read it over there at the podium in just 1 minute. Thank you. Right, we got to support our small businesses. Of course, that is the backbone of our community, for sure. Whereas the city of Pompano Beach, Florida celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 34.7 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 61.1% of net new jobs created since 1995, and small businesses employ 45.9% of the employees in the private sector in the United States. And whereas 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the United States stays in the local community, and every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. And whereas 59% of consumers in the United States aware of Small Business Saturday shopped or ate at a small, independently owned retailer or restaurant on Small Business Saturday 2023. And whereas Pompano Beach, Florida supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission, do hereby proclaim November 30th, 2024 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. On this 12th day of November 2024, Rex Harden, Mayor. So, bottom line, go out and support small businesses, especially on Small Business Saturday. Thank you all. Appreciate it. All right. All right, and that should take us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have a total of 9 speakers who signed up. Some of these speakers may have left the building because they may have signed up for the special meeting, but I'll call out their name, and if they're here, they'll come up.
Very good.
First speaker, Sean Honeycutt. Sean Honeycutt.
Mr. Honeycutt.
Next speaker, Roderick Phillips. Roderick Phillips.
Mr. Phillips. Nope.
Mary Phillips.
Mary Phillips. Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Very good, thank you. Okay.
Okay, again, my name is Mary Phillips. I live at 384 Northwest 19th Street in Pompano Beach. I'm here with Miss Alice Chapman And we just want to let the community know that this year our Health and Wellness Fest and Turkey Giveaway is going to be on November the 23rd, 2024. This is being co-sponsored by Oasis of Love, Sheriff Gregory Tony, Live Resorts, Children's Services Council, Feeding South Florida. So just want everybody to know that on the 23rd, come to the Pompano Beach City Center. They're allowing us to use their facility for this, and they've been doing, this will be our 10th year doing this. And I thank Rhonda, 1 year she did support us in this endeavor, and she even came and volunteered, so I appreciate that. I hope I see you volunteering again, okay? And then anyone can come anywhere in Broward County if they want to participate in this. The other thing is we have a program that we developed and is sponsored by BSO in partnership with the Broward County Library Division. We have a free Teen Chasing Dreams program. It's a free after-school program for high school students. And we'll be doing this program through April. And what we do is we have free refreshments, open discussions, community service hours we assist them with. We help them get jobs, because that's very important for high school students to get jobs during the summer. Scholarship assistance, and they get $100 upon completion of the program. And so we encourage them to come in Collier City. We've expanded it. So now we're in Collier City on Thursdays from 3:30 to 5:30. And then we're at the Northwest Branch Library from 3:30 to 5:30. This program is very important because we have a lot of children, especially latchkey kids. They're at home, and when they come home, there's no parent there. So we invite the parents to send their children, and we will talk to them about different topics that are important: gun violence, financial literacy, employment, mental health. Those are some of the other topics. Now, our newest program that was sponsored by BSO again is our Job Lab. Now, at this Job Lab, people can come. They have to make an appointment. We have someone there that will assist them find a job, will assist them with their resumes. If they don't know what their career goals are, he will assist them with determining what their career goals are. This, again, is a free program sponsored by Gregory Tony. It's called the Broward County Lab. It's on our website, www.smallbizinfo.net. And we will be distributing these to all the churches so they're aware of it. So it's going to be on Mondays and Wednesdays. So parents, if you have a 30-year-old, a 20-year-old that's sitting at home on the computers, send them to the lab. Tell them we'll help them find a job so they can help contribute to the family. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Cynthia Corbett Elder.
Good afternoon. Just name and address for the record.
My name is Cynthia Corbett Elder. I live at 2361 Northeast 15th Terrace in Pompano Beach. You guys probably recognize me. I've been here a couple of times. You can call me the light lady at this point. I was here January 24, 2023, with the petition asking you to cease and desist and not install any street lights on our cul-de-sac. I continue to email, probably all of you, to ad nauseum, I'm going to say, because we didn't want them. We saw what was going on in the Cresthaven neighborhood. We requested that they not be installed. I had conversations with city workers at the time, the city engineer, who basically said, well, the city manager can just call it off. Last November 7th, got an email from the city manager saying the project was on hold. It came back fast and forward this September. The marking showed up on the street, called. Again, it didn't make any difference. I finally got called back from the city, never from my commissioner. Thank you for not calling me back. I guess, whatever. Came back Tuesday, October 22nd. I again asked you to not install them. The only thing that was there at the time was street borings, and that had happened before. But lo and behold, by that Tuesday, by Thursday, FPL installed them, lit them up, 14 lights. 14 globe lights installed on a block of 27 homes. Our roadway now looks like an airport runway, which is probably because the design by the consultant who did the study specializes in airports and highway lighting. The front of my house is lit up. I sent you pictures, probably what my front bedroom looks like that has window treatments. I don't think I should have to buy blackout curtains. Anyway, I understand the city right-of-way is 25 feet from the center line of the roadway. These lights go beyond that. I spoke with the city engineer. He says, well, maybe we can put, shield behind it. But I think that's what people were told in Crest Haven, and it never happened. I think they believe that people will just go away, you'll get used to it. That's what people are saying. You'll get used to it. Your strategic planning statements, you care values, integrity, collaboration, accountability, resiliency, excellence. How about you add communication to that? Because Mr. Moss, when you talk about people that show up for a meeting, I took the day off. I work. Your next 2 meetings are at 1 p.m. I'm going to be back here because your city engineer says, well, we can probably lower the light threshold. But if it's not done, I'm going to keep coming back. My neighbor left. She had to go. She has to wear sunglasses to walk at night. They make you sick. They're LED lightings. There were health implications in LED lightings. You talk about turtles on the beach and doing turtle lighting. The turtles can see the glow of Pompano.
Thank you, Ms. Elder. Next speaker.
Vicente Thrower, followed by Jocelyn Jackson, followed by Sarika Peterson.
Ms. Thrower, Mr. Thrower? There he is.
Mayor, I just want to address
Mr. Seeger, yes.
the last speaker. And from my understanding, and I did talk to you early on in the process, Cindy, they're working on the situation to try and find relief so they can get the lights lowered. Just that's all. I don't want to. I can't have a conversation with you here, but I know they're working on it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Thrower, just name and address for the record, sir.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Mayor, as I look at this agenda today, this has been a long day too, Mayor. Mayor, there are a lot of items on this agenda with a lot of dollar amounts. A lot of dollar amounts today. But Mayor, I guess going into what you all are doing today, when are we going to have a stronger conversation about what you told us we were going to talk about set-asides, about looking at diversity? I don't understand how, since, well, I guess I'm going to take a page out of Commissioner Moss's book. When he said that he wasn't supporting giving more signing authority for a certain dollar amount, his objection to that was because he wanted to have a balance of power to make sure that the board had some say-so. Mayor, I haven't seen a diversified portfolio come before this board in years of minority contractors. And I'm just curious, when do we look at these contracts and say, where's the diversity in some of our contracts? I don't see that here today. I haven't seen it in years. Now, we got roofing contracts on here. We got a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't see the mandatory or the mandate that you and the board keeps committing to us that we're going to do better about. I would like if this board would really consider putting some policies in place, and let's talk about it. But that seems to be what we keep telling the voters, that we can believe what you all say, and those amendments did not move forward because something's wrong. There's a disconnect someplace. So, Mayor, do you have a problem with asking the city manager and staff to bring forth some potential ordinances that will guarantee some diversity in our contract process?
The staff can bring anything forward they wish, but as far as set-asides, we already have some systems set up in purchasing.
It's only voluntarily, Mayor. It's not mandatory like Fort Lauderdale or other cities. It's not mandatory. And yet we have contractors here that are capable in our own city to do some of this work, but they don't get credit for that. They don't get a real point for that, and it can be African Americans.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Thrower, I mean, no, I'm sensitive to this. I mean, I think the entire commission is sensitive to this issue. And you specify this agenda. Okay, now I don't know which particular thing you're looking at, and we've got items on the agenda, but I'll commit this to you. I'll give you a call, and we can set up a meeting where we can sit down with Mr. Harrison or somebody from his staff, and you and me and Mr. Harrison and his staff can go through this, and we can talk about the issues here. You'll have the right people in the room so we can actually talk about the issues you're bringing up.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jocelyn Jackson. Jocelyn Jackson. Next speaker, Sarika Peterson. Sarika Peterson. Okay. And last speaker, Mayor, is Octavia Glover.
Octavia.
Hello, everybody.
Pull that down if you would so we can hear you.
Octavia Glover, 400 North Flagler Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. I live in the 55 and older apartments behind Pick and Pay over there. And the living over there is horrible on the outside. And I want to know, who do I talk to about cleaning it up? There's no security there. It's dirty. The homeless come over there, the drug addicts, the prostitute, anything under the sun that is not legal is allowed to come under the garage and do whatever. So I want to know, who do I talk to clean this mess up? I have no fight in me. I have my car, it be full of fingerprints every night, was teaching me not to leave nothing in my car. And it's terrible over there. And it's a 55 and older. And that's the
Saying
Heritage
Heritage?
of Pompano.
Is that Heritage Apartments?
Yes.
On Dixie?
It's on Flagler,
Northwest behind Pick and Pay there.
just north of Pompano Supermarket.
Pompano, I say Pick and Pay. Pompano
It's not called
Supermarket.
Heritage.
It's called the Heritage of
Oh, it
Pompano.
is?
I live
Oh,
there.
okay,
It's terrible.
I don't know whose district that is. I think it's
Okay.
either yours.
I talk
It's
to
mine.
my
It's
commissioner about it all the time, so she's aware of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is a problem, and
I have pictures.
Pete McGinnis and Fire Code Enforcement have been helping me, and the issue with the doors, and the fact is that the parking garage is not secure, so anyone can just walk in, up the ramp, into the parking garage, and in fact, we're having those issues with other buildings in the Old Town. And a while back, we talked about the fact that we need gates. The ability to retrofit gates, different kinds of gates than what our code now requires, because if it's already built, you cannot retrofit because it wasn't planned for. So I believe Mr. Recor has been working on the gates, or Brian. So that's something I want to check out and find out where we are, because we cannot let these parking garages be wide open so that anybody can walk in there on any of our new condos that are down there or any other new buildings that are coming. We have to keep people safe. And so we have, Newen, I know, helped as well. This building had promised many to put a gate into the second. They've not delivered. They promised that they would have security, and they have not delivered. And I even went to the what's the gal's name? The chairman of the board that oversees the financing for affordable housing.
Okay.
Can't think of her name right now. And tried to talk to her, because it's wide open. It is a very unsafe situation.
It is.
And we've been dealing with this 3 or 4 years.
And it's a fairly
We get a
new-
little bit, and then it goes back. We get a little up, and then it goes back.
Okay.
And I appreciate everyone's help, but it's been that difficult.
Okay.
And I had a very nice setup there, and I have a ring on my door. I actually saw the guy where I went to Home Depot and put pillows in my chair. He stole the pillows out the chair from the broom to the garbage can, just walked away with it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
terrible.
a couple of things. I'm going to ask Mr. Harrison to get engaged on this issue and see what's going on from staff level. and let the entire commission know what's going on. Thank you, Commissioner Segerson-Eaton. But yeah, let's look at this. If this is a flaw in our codes going forward, then we need to look at that. But also, for this particular situation, if we can look at that, it sounds like staff is already fairly engaged, but let's find out where it is in the process. But in the meantime, BSO, they're listening right now, and so yeah, that is. But like things like your cushions that got stolen, call it into BSO. I mean, even though it may seem minor, call it in. Let them know, because the squeaky wheel gets.
I called them the other day where it's a homeless just staring at the wall there. I'm scared straight. Ain't got no fight left in me. What are you doing?
Well, please call it in every time. And yeah, we'll look into it. Mr. Harrison, he's on it. He's going to get with staff, figure out where we're at. How's that?
Okay, Mayor?
But in the meantime, contact BSO, please.
I will.
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I've received several complaints about the Heritage Apartments doing the 14 days early voting. Several people came there to me. I referred them to the commissioner, but I had the same problem with City Vista.
Yes.
And along with BSO and CRA, we resolved the problem. Because remember, the homeless was sleeping on top of the roof with the sofa. So we got rid of all of that, and now they have new management, and everybody seems to be okay now. But bringing them all together and having a meeting with CRA, the management, and whoever owns it, whatever, it does help to improve the situation. But you're not the only one over there complaining.
Okay, so.
Ms. Glover, if you'll go back, just right down this aisle here, Brian Donovan will meet you out there. He'll give you his contact information. Brian will pull all the different disciplines together to deal with your problem, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and I just.
Meet you right there in the center aisle.
I just want to add one thing, and the difference between City Vista and Heritage is once you get on the second floor, you have unfettered access to the hallways and the corridors.
Yes.
That is the problem. There's no doors that lock to keep the people
Anybody
out.
can come in there. Everybody.
Wow.
If you can believe that.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Thank you.
Okay, so Brian Donovan, he's in the green shirt right back there. Get with him. Let's put more effort into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And he's right over. He's over there. Yep. Okay, very good.
Mayor, we have one more speaker. That's
Okay.
Lauren McGee with.
All right, just name and address for the record.
Lauren McGee Weiss, 2401 Southeast 7th Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate not only the outcome of an election, but the incredible journey of my sister over the past 6 years. While the results may not reflect the hard work you've poured into this city and into your role, they certainly do not diminish the impact you've made on our entire community. You've been a beacon of passion and commitment. Your tireless advocacy for our first responders has been truly remarkable. You've championed not only their cause, but you've championed for our beaches. You've restored the historic dune line, which was one of the most impressive things you did real quick, right out the gate. You have championed the cause for our first responders, ensuring that they have the resources and support they need to keep our community safe. Your dedication to these brave men and women who put their lives on the line every day and night is a testament to your character and your leadership. Moreover, the beach protection projects have been visionary. You have worked tirelessly to preserve our coastal ecosystems. I mean, if anyone's seen what she did with Wahoo Bay, incredible that you saw that foreshadowing to take a stand and to support our waters, who can't come here regardless of what time the meetings are at. These initiatives will benefit generations to come, and I plan on having my generation stay here in Pompano, so Vaughn will very much enjoy that and everything you've done for us. Though you may be stepping back from this position, her contributions will resonate long after this election. She's laid a strong foundation for those who follow, and she's got big shoes to fill. Her legacy of service will continue to inspire me, and I'm sure a lot of us. In times like these, it's important to remember that integrity and fairness will ultimately shine through. The principles you stand for are timeless, and they will continue to guide our community forward, I'm sure, with commissioners and people that care about this city as you do. So let's celebrate her achievements, her resilience, and her unwavering spirit. My dear sister, you are truly brilliant, and no election result can ever overshadow the incredible difference you've made for Pompano. We're all very proud of you. I love you.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mayor, that concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. Thank you. All right, that takes us up to our consent agenda. Item number 1 is a consideration.
Sorry. Consideration of a request by Jacqueline Perez to transfer ownership of Block 6, Lot 57, Plot 1 in the central lawn back to the city of Pompano Beach.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved in second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fournier. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a similar experience as some residents that often complain to me about the city not being open on Fridays, and then when there's a holiday on a Monday, not being open on Monday, and having a 4-day weekend where they can't get anything done. So the meetings to me with the city in advance of the commission meetings are really important, and I did not have the opportunity to do that this meeting. So I may have more questions than normal, and unfortunately, I didn't hear back from the city manager's office for my request for a meeting until 11:52 a.m. exactly today, which didn't provide enough time to have a meeting in advance to discuss these details. So forgive some of my questions. With this item, what happens to this plot? The city pays the person back and then we resell this? Is it that simple of a transaction? It's on the market then?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. That's correct, Commissioner. It comes back in the city's inventory and we resell that plot.
Is there a pricing difference between now and when it was sold in 2016?
Yes.
Okay, so it's sold at a new market price?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is a public meeting. Any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concern. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I know that we're limited on space at the cemetery. Can you tell me approximately how many plots are left? Approximately.
Right. I'm thinking 3,000, and so really the question is how much, forgive the pun, how much life is left in the cemetery?
Right.
How many more years? So it depends, of course, on how many we're selling per year, but right now it's about, we think, 10 years of plots left at the cemetery. But we're working some things now to make more available in that we have purchased columbariums, which are, of course, you're limited to cremation, but that seems to be more of the people are moving that way. And we can also take some full burial plots and make almost, it's about 100 to 1. For one plot, you can put 100 of these cremations. So that may be an option in the future, but we think about 10 years is left for the full burial plots.
Okay, great, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement for amendment of notation on plat between Broward County and the City of Pompano Beach relating to the Palm Air Recreation Center plat, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fournier and Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner Fournier?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is just a plat note, but underlying this is an expansion of the Skolnick Center, correct? Or, sorry, the Palm Air Recreation Center, sorry.
Good day, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's basically, it's a 2,000 square foot addition to an additional club room that's going to be added on the back side of the building, southwest corner of the building. It'll be continuous and in part of the existing building.
Mayor? Can you provide your name, staffer? Your name?
Chris Schlageter, I'm sorry, Engineering Department.
Okay, so this is a city project, a city engineering project for this addition.
Yes,
Is this
ma'am.
part of the CIP, or
Capital improvement, yes, ma'am.
it is part of the CIP plan?
CIP.
I didn't remember seeing it in there in the past. So when is it expected to be done? Because it looks like the development agreement was in 2023. When will the work take place?
The idea is we're at basically 90% construction documents right now. This replat, which has already been approved by the county, is here today to be finalized with the agreement. They need the county to see that the city is also on the agreement as well. Construction, once we go to procurement and processing and bidding, I anticipate that we could start in early spring, if not sooner.
And Commissioner Moss, this addition out there, I'm assuming you're fully aware of this and it's completely adequate and enough, because I know we've had situations like with the senior center where we've built this and everyone looks back and says, we should have done more.
Well, unfortunately, there isn't a lot of room. This is about as big as it can get, and then that'll be the end of open space there, or available space.
Correct.
Okay, so we're maximizing what we can do out there.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We have
Thank you.
back and easement back there.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, can you tell me how did this come about, the adding on and needing more space? Was it the commissioner? Was it staff? Was it residents?
I believe it was a combination of staff and residents of that area that came to fruition and came on our capital improvement master plan.
Actually, I asked for it
Commissioner Moss.
quite a number of years ago, and it was put on the capital improvement plan, but then because of all of the work that was involved with the general obligation bond, it just got pushed back because other things were more pressing. So it was asked for by the residents through me 5 years ago, about that
I
time.
know they're really looking forward to it as well.
And this is from you said CIP?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Very good.
I just want the city manager to remember that.
Very good.
You listening, Greg? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm listening. What are you driving at?
I just wanted to make sure you were listening.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, Commissioner Fournier.
Quickly, I'm guessing what we're getting at is trying to understand the process if we need an expansion of a facility in our districts, what a good process to go about getting it is. So I think that's probably what the question was, or what the implication was. That's it. Thank you.
Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes?
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson Eden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute work authorization number 11 in the amount of $487,648 pursuant to the contract for consulting professional services between the City of Pompano Beach and HDR Engineering, Inc. for Air Park Consulting Services, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Commissioner, this item was pulled by Commissioner Fournier. Commissioner?
Thank you. I just had questions about the firm that we've selected here. Are they local? Is there any kind of minority ownership or participation in it? And were there multiple bids?
Tammy Good, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Tammy Good, CIP Manager. So this was a solicitation back in 2022, I think, 21, and there were only a couple firms that showed interest. HDR was one of two. The other was Kimley Horn. They do have local businesses that participate. This is a relatively small project. I'm not sure what their participation percentage is. Perhaps purchasing could provide you those numbers if you wish.
Okay. Is this pretty specialized work that is done, given it's in air park and runways, or?
Indeed, it is very specialized, correct.
Okay. I will follow up on the other questions then. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
So the city is paying the $24,000?
Correct. The
Is that all
city's portion is 5%. FDOT and FAA are contributing 95%, and this project was part of the capital improvement plan. And so since then, we've been applying for grants, designing it, and so now it comes, before you.
Okay, good job. Thank you.
Very good. Just, but that's not coming from the city general fund. That's coming from the Air Park Enterprise Fund.
Well, it is coming from the Air Park funded, yes, budget.
Good. Thank you for that. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the School Board of Broward County for a painted mural at Blanche Ely High School pursuant to the commission artists, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by myself and Commissioner Fournier. I just wanted to pull it because I wanted to highlight it. I think it's a great opportunity to highlight that, the city and the Broward County school system, we do collaborate on things from time to time, and this is a great example where the city and Broward County school systems, we're collaborating to make our schools better in Pompano Beach. Thank you. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had questions about that exact collaboration. So it looked like there was quite a bit of interest in this. We selected someone, or the committee selected someone he was from Miramar. And then is there a drawing or an idea of what this mural is going to look like, or how will that be determined?
Sure. Ty Tabian, Cultural Affairs Director. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The artwork has not been created. This is seeking your approval for a license agreement that allows for the community engagement process to begin. From the community engagement process, the artist will propose some design concepts that'll go before the Public Art Committee, and also the principal of Blanche Ely High School is actively involved in this project. So we're of course run it by them as well.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if Principal Williams was involved and if there was any kind of committee of students that had a say in this, because I think that would be an interesting opportunity for them to be involved also. So I can follow up with him on that. But thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Weiss, 2401 Southeast 7th Street. This is actually really pertinent to me because I've got a young child and I'm looking at schools right now. In the District 1, there's not very many school opportunities, but when I was a child, I went to St. Coleman's and they had a gifted program in McNabb. I guess this would go to you, Ms. Fournier. Why are our schools in this district so poorly rated in relation to the people around us? And is that why you chose to send your children to Pinecrest? Because I'm in the same position trying to figure out where my kids will go, what's the best education for them. Will I be forced to send them somewhere else, or could I keep them in our city?
So I am happy to speak with you anytime about the decision as a parent where you send your children. I don't think that's appropriate up here. I'm also happy to talk about all the partnerships we're doing with the schools in Pompano Beach, and I share your concerns. So Broward County is now an A-rated school district, but Pompano Beach lags behind.
D, I think, right? For
we have different
Pompano Middle and Pompano Elementary.
So we have C schools. Do you want me to finish?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Pompano Beach certainly lags the A rating of the school district. I am in constant communication with our school board members, our local and at-large members about the situation here in Pompano. So I always say that it may be an A school district, but in my district, I have 2 elementary schools, they're both C. I have a middle school that's a C, and I have a high school that's an A rating, but if you live near it, it doesn't mean you get to go to it.
Right.
Pompano High.
But if I could just interject, the item is
just
about
a
mural at Blanche Ely High School.
Right, and I don't think it's about where my children go to school.
Sorry?
I don't think this item has anything to do with where my children go to school, but you did ask about schools in general. Yes. So I actually, a couple months ago, convened a Zoom with 7 principals of schools in Pompano Beach, including Principal Williams and all the principals of the schools in my district, to talk about ways that the city can partner with the schools, the way to support them.
Right.
We've come up with a long list of good ideas. And we've executed some of them. We had Hospitality Day down at the pier. We have Student Government Day coming. So there's lots of ways that we partner, and this just seems like another great way to partner with the schools. I also believe we should be advocating for our Pompano Beach schools at the school board, and I do that all the time. But if you want advice on schools,
with that too.
and I'd love your help.
There's an advocation thing. There's a bunch of young moms in Pompano that we're twiddling our thumbs, like, how can we help this situation?
I say this all the time. The principal of Pompano Middle, she does amazing work, and we need people to realize they can send their students to Pompano Middle, right? It's a magnet program. They are doing phenomenal work with the school and the children and the community. She is seeking opportunities for those kids to make real-world connections in Pompano Beach all the time, and that's how I help support her. We've had kids out in the community. We've had them sitting up here at the dais. We've had them out at field trips, getting to see opportunities for them and for their future in Pompano Beach, and I think those partnerships are something we as a commission and as a city should do more of.
Okay,
to help
agreed.
people understand that these schools are for their kids.
If there's any board or petitions or support needed from an elementary level or even preschool level, there's a lot of younger families that are just like, well, why don't we have something in Pompano that'll work? And the schools are all over there, so.
Yeah, well, we had our education advisory board that wasn't really meeting, but it is now up and running and meeting. I always tell people, put in an application for that as a starting point to be on those boards, to have a voice. They interact with the schools regularly, and they do things to support local teachers, all of that. So it's a good start to get involved.
Mayor,
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Ty, could you please keep me posted on the community engagement part of the Blanche Lee painting?
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Is there an opportunity maybe with this to see if there's art students that want to get involved with the actual creation of the mural? Because I know when we were doing the other mural, part of the artists in residence, we're talking about, getting the experience on the large scale. So that would be just kind of a suggestion, is if there's a place for this professional artist to, let some participation come from, like art students, but in the school itself, I think could make it even more meaningful to have, alumni.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We work pretty closely with one of the art classes, one of the art teachers at Blanche Lee High School. In fact, they have an end-of-year art exhibit at the Cultural Center where we display their kind of the best of from that class. And there's a new teacher in that class. And it's my understanding that the teacher is interested in trying to see if there are opportunities for this class to engage with this mural opportunity. So
Yeah, it'd be like, it'd probably have to be a question to the artist himself to make sure that they're, comfortable working with students, but I think it'd be a great opportunity.
And this artist has a background in a lot of community engagement, so I'm sure he would be more than amenable to that kind of thing. In fact, I think he would embrace it.
Just to speak on that, Laura Atria, Public Art Program Manager, the community engagement aspect is actually the artist working directly with the teacher and a select group of students who are going to be volunteering and putting their time to help create the idea of the mural, learn more about what it is to be a muralist, and install the actual mural. They will not be on any ladders or anything, but they'll be helping them install.
Excellent.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Yes, also I want to add that Melissa Shift, she does a great job with the art students at Blanche Lee High School as well.
Mm-hmm.
The presentation once a year.
Very good. Anything further? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Hart?
Yes. Item 5 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute community development block grant public service program subrecipient agreements between the City of Pompano Beach and various nonprofit corporations, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
This item has been pulled for Commissioner Fournier. Sorry about that. Moved and seconded. Commissioner Fournier, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going through this list, and these are all great organizations. We've talked about them before, but I'm for this. Can you explain where the funding from this is?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Alex Goldstein, Program Compliance Manager, OHUI. So this is from our CDBG allocation fiscal year 2024-2025. This item actually came before you for original approval back in July, where these subrecipients and the dollar amounts were discussed. And so this is all grant revenue
So why is it back before us again?
to execute the actual agreement.
Okay, so this is not taxpayer dollars. This is grant funding that is passed through to these organizations that apply for it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. I'd just like to get some clarification there, Mr. Goldstein. You said it's not taxpayer dollars, but actually it is taxpayer dollars. It's just not coming from the city of Pompano Beach pocket. It's still taxpayer dollars, correct?
Correct.
Very good, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, thank you. Further commission discussion, Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As I stated earlier, when this came about, the funding that we give to some of these organizations, they receive funding throughout the entire county, which means, say for instance, women in distress, 15,000. And they're probably receiving monies from every city in Broward County. And I think we need to spread it a little bit, at least 20% to local organizations, because I'm still getting calls asking, how can you fund I think I got received one from Connie McGirt the other day. How can I help my girls with the, whatever they're doing? So I just think we need to take in consideration that we need to start trying to put a percentage on how many local people that we give this funding to that could actually help. Because if we put more funding like this into our communities, we will help prevent a lot of crimes, because we could reach our kids much younger, and that would help. But there are a lot of organizations in Pompano that are not here, that have applied in the past, but won't apply again because they keep failing to get the money. Pardon me? Oh, like your women's event. Turned down, yes, that's what a lot of people are telling me. They don't apply anymore because they're always turned down. So I would like to see them get funding some kind of way, but this is reaching some, but not a vast majority of the people that really need help.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. I agree with you. We see a lot of these same names over and over in different allocations. So obviously, the small community-based organizations that just want to host an event probably don't qualify for this, right?
Correct. Well, we encourage everybody to apply. We hold workshops annually where we go over the do's and don'ts of CDBG funding, what is eligible, what is ineligible. So everybody should, who's interested in the program is aware of it, and they can come and ask questions. We never turn down anybody from submitting an application, but there is an extensive list of documentation that we have to ask for just to meet our HUD guidelines and regulations. But yeah, so we're not discouraging any local community organizations of applying for this money. Everybody's open to apply for it, and we could have that discussion with them once they do apply. But I don't know why they wouldn't apply anymore. I'm willing to work with whoever if they have questions, so I encourage them to apply in the future.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, Mayor, I think the most important thing is informing the community when these funds are available, which is like, what, February, March, somewhere like that?
Yeah, correct.
Just making sure that the word is out there that the funds are available. My last question is...
I think Commissioner Fournier had the floor.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to know, do you get a progress report on these?
Absolutely, yes. So I monitor each one of these organizations myself. They are responsible for submitting monthly reports to us in order to get the draws. So this is done on a reimbursement type basis. So if they do not submit their beneficiary data, who they're assisting, whether they're from Pompano, they do not get paid out.
Okay, that's good. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Thank you. Like I said, I see these same names over and over, and I share Commissioner Perkins' thought that they're also getting funding from multiple cities, if not all the cities in the county. So I always want to see it to be as local as possible. And we also have the city nonprofit funding. So if there's some way to see, and then there's the Cordish Group, which I know isn't part of the city, but that's another, I've seen the same names on all these lists. So it would be good to see kind of in aggregate how much money is going to these versus the smaller, really Pompano organizations. So maybe we can get that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item number 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to piggyback off Sourcewell's contract to provide equipment, products, or services, contract number 042221 CPI and execute a contract between the City of Pompano Beach and Optimus Solar LLC to install infrastructure for 6 dual charging stations, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fournier. Commissioner?
Thank you. So are these the first charging stations that we are installing here? Or we have charging stations already?
These will be the first charging stations we do in City Hall, the City Hall area. So there will be 5 stations that will be utilized by staff only, and 1 will be open to the public.
So are these for employees or are these for fleet vehicles?
These are, the 5 will be for employees only, which will be in the building department.
What do you mean in the building department? For
So
employees?
the charging stations will be for the electric vehicles that are under the building department.
Okay, so do we have electric vehicles already? Or this enables us to then start transitioning towards
This
an
will
electric
enable
fleet?
us to transition to that.
And this is the beginning of us attempting this transition?
Correct.
Okay. And where will these actually be located? Right here at City Hall?
Yeah, right in where right by the train tracks there, where the employees park.
Okay, so subsequent to this, we will install we will be acquiring electric vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this like a pilot project, or is this the beginning of a bigger rollout?
This actually goes back to our sustainability plan, where we'll be looking to move into more electric vehicles, at least alternative fuel vehicles. So with these, we'll be initially purchasing electric vehicles.
Okay. Thank you. Can employees use these also?
Yes, for the 5.
Oh, for employee vehicles?
No, there'll only be 1 that'll be open up to the public.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, item 7 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a grant participation and reimbursement agreement for the implementation of the Railroad Crossing Elimination Program grant Broward County Sealed Corridor Project along the Florida East Coast Railway and Brightline Corridor within Broward County, Florida, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fournier. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a big deal. We feel like constant issues at our railroad crossings with the bright lines. And this is grant funding that I believe is this federal funding?
Yes.
Okay. What exactly are we going to do to improve safety at these intersections? And are there certain intersections in the city that are prioritized? So, for example, like MLK and Dixie is a very strange intersection. There's constant, the stop signs, the stoplights, nothing really works at that intersection. And it's relatively unsafe. So no one knows who gets to go because there's the UQ on the north-south side. So how much money is getting allocated to each intersection? Is it based on some kind of safety score?
Yes, so it is based on, the Brightline and MPO did do an analysis, so which therefore brought up this list of railroad crossings that they're looking to make these safety improvements to. The 3 that are in the city, I'm not sure if they have a particular priority order in terms of whether Northeast 6 will go before Northeast 3rd and MLK. If that's something the commission wishes to have staff communicate to the MPO, we can certainly do that, and Brightline as well.
Okay, so is that how this works? This is an interactive process with them about us identifying which intersections we are most focused on?
Yes, they identify the intersections, but staff can certainly go back to them and say, look, when you start in Pompano, can you please make this one a priority over this one?
Okay. So my gut is that the intersection at MLK is particularly dangerous, but maybe we can get some data from BSO and just to look at the data and then give some guidance on where to start here. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes, Brian, who's actually going to be doing the work?
Brightline,
Broward County?
Brightline. Brightline's going to be
Brightline.
the project manager.
So it's Brightline standards, and Brightline's going to do the work. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I was just going to say, I do believe the MPO has a ranking as far as safety concerns that we could probably ask them to send us over.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Hearing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item number 8 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing Larry Erd to the Air Park Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Frank Sellers as alternate one, said term to expire on July 6, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fournier. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. On this one, I just want to say that it looks like we are down to one applicant on the board. So we are hearing a lot about the air park and a lot of concern with noise, and there's construction that will be going on there with the changes to the runway and taxiways. So to the public, fill out an application for the Air Park and check the Air Park Advisory Board, especially to all the people who come out here and speak about it. Here's an opportunity to get involved, and we are in need of applicants. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. This
Public
is a public
announcement
hearing.
on
Is
that.
there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item 9 is quasi-judicial in nature. Mr. Berman will discuss the procedures.
Thank you, Mayor. If anyone wishes to testify on item number 9, they must be sworn in and may be subject to cross-examination by the City Commission or by interested parties. Individuals who address the commission should state their name and whether they have been sworn. City staff will make its presentation first, followed by the applicant or anyone else wishing to testify. Following the concluding remarks of the applicant, the hearing will conclude, and the City Commission at that time will make its consideration. All those who wish to testify on item number 9, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and the city clerk will swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Item number 9 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, abandoning an 18-foot by 3-foot wide portion of a utility easement located on the southeast corner of North Riverside Drive and Sunset Drive, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Ms. Dolan.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is the second reading of the abandonment request for an 18 by 3-foot utility easement located under the existing building at 420 North Riverside Drive. There have been no changes since first reading. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, that ends our quasi-judicial proceedings. Item number 10 is an approval.
Approval of budget adjustment to align the budgets and eliminate and negative variances in fiscal year 2024.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Diamante.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Arieta Diamante, Budget Director. This is a housekeeping item to align the budget for fiscal year 2024 for the general fund and for the EMS fund, a total of about $3 million.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. I sent an email earlier about this. I haven't had the opportunity to completely digest the response, but it sounded like, so there is an excess of about 2.6 million in revenue, and that is being used to cover almost 2 million of additional fire operations and EMS services and some other smaller buckets. Is that the right way to think about this?
Quite. Okay, so the EMS portion, it is funded through the general fund balance, and then the general fund portion of this adjustment, it is funded through the excess revenues that we received due to the fact that we received more revenues than projected in fiscal year 2024. And it is, of course, intended to fund fire operations and then utility services.
So we received more revenue than expected, but does this also mean that expenses in those areas were also more than expected, and that's why we're using it to cover those?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I sent a follow-up email, and we can talk about this.
Yes, we will provide that information to you once the information is analyzed. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item number 11 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving an amended FY 2023 through 2024 annual budget of estimated expenditures, expenses, and receipts revenues of the City of Pompano Beach to accept the premium tax retirement distribution for fire and police, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Diamante.
Thank you, Mayor. Rita Diamante, Budget Director. Again, this is a housekeeping item. We're aligning the budgets for the premium tax distribution. This is actually a pass-through to the city and to the board for police and fire pension in the amount of $3.6 million.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 12 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a contract for professional consulting services between the City of Pompano Beach and McCafferty Brinson Consulting LLC for engineering services for the city's water treatment plant improvement project, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy Brown, Utilities Director. This is a resolution back in May of 30th of this year. You approved the ranking, and the highest ranked contract is brought forward here with McCafferty Brinson. It will cover the expansion of design of the reuse plant, design of the second deep well, and design for permitting responsibilities through the South Florida Water Management District. All expenses were paid through a grant that we received.
Very good. It's a nice grant.
Yeah.
This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Commissioner Fournier.
Just one quick item on this. I'm glad to hear it's funded through a grant, but on the staff report page, there's a strategic plan initiative, and this one says making Pompano Beach a great destination. And I kind of feel like this is like nuts and bolts, right? This is like making it safe for the people who live here, less about tourism or destination, and this is like, you know, hardening our infrastructure and safety for the people. So I don't know if that's just left over, but I saw that and it kind of bothered me. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 13 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a master services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Walters Kluwer Financial Services, Inc. for teammate audit function management software, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, DC.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. The item before you is a request to purchase and subscribe to Teammate Plus, an end-to-end audit management workflow solution. This is the second reading, and there has been no changes since the first reading. That concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, item 14 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 152 Buildings by creating Section 15209 Building Permit and Inspection Fees to provide for the location of a building permit and inspection fee schedule and for the location of the city's building permit and inspection utilization report. By deleting in its entirety Section 152.10 Double Fees, Reinspection Fees, Certificate of Occupancy, Section 152.11 E-Plan Fees, and Section 152.12 Building Permit Fees. By amending Section 152.13 Building Safety Inspection Program to modify the reference for fees by deleting in its entirety Section 152.16 Document Production Fees and Section 152.17 Specialty and Maintenance Inspection Fees, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is a second reading ordinance to remove the fees from the code. There's no changes from first reading.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
I think this question came up once before. So will the residents be able to come in and still pay rather than online?
No, actually, this will make it easier to pay online. We're going to have the fees posted online so that anyone who, because most people, when they have questions about the fees, just go right online or call staff. So in this case, they'll be able to go online, look up the fees for their fees associated with the item, and call staff if they have questions.
Okay. But we do have another way of putting it out there other than online. Is that correct?
Yes, there will be hard copies kept in the department, also the city clerk's office.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, item 15 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 Zoning Code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by deleting Appendix C fee schedule in its entirety and creating a new Appendix C fee schedule, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, good afternoon once again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commissioners. This is a second reading to remove the fees for the Planning and Zoning Department and put them online.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, item 16 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, adopting the proposed fee schedule for the Building Department, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon once again. Now that we remove the fees from the code so they can be online, we'd like to move forward and adjust both the Building Department and Planning and Zoning fees. Beginning with the Building Department, as you may recall, during the adoption of the current budget, staff had analyzed the fees associated with that department and had recommended a reduction. This reduction is necessary to comply with state statute and maintain a fund balance that's equivalent to at least the past 4 years of the operating budget. The estimated impact is around $4.1 million, and as already indicated, that has been programmed in the budget. That concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. Mr. Donovan, I understand that we are legally obligated to, bring in less here, but is the mix based on the project value also dictated legally, or would we come up with this?
We came up with this, the terms of the tiered fees. That was something staff came up with a couple years ago. We had a consultant come in and look at our projects and say, okay, how much should we actually be charging? For some of the larger projects, we should be charging a smaller percentage versus smaller projects. And As with regards to this item, this is just strictly a reduction on all the tiers.
Okay, so it looked pretty linear this time, so everything's just going down like 1.1%.
Yeah, a little over 1%.
Okay, but if the city said, hey, we want to charge slightly less to smaller value projects like residents versus larger projects, which are likely developers, could the percent be instead of 1.4, could it be 1.2 for up to 250,000 and 1.1 for over 10 million? Do we have the flexibility to adjust this?
I'm not quite sure because typically state statute dictates how we're supposed to, I guess, equitably charge the projects. So that's really a question I would need to get back with staff on and get you all an answer on if we can do that.
Okay, and if we can, this is something that now we change via a fee schedule here, not an ordinance.
Correct.
Okay,
So,
I'd like to understand how much flexibility we have within the law on this mix.
okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 17 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, adopting the proposed fee schedule for the Planning and Zoning Department, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Similar to what I just discussed with the Building Department, staff also went through this with the Planning and Zoning Department. However, instead of a reduction, we're looking to increase fees in the applicable areas so that we can cover the cost of services. That impact has already been programmed in the budget. That concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. Are these new fees in line with other cities? Did we kind of benchmark as we increased our fees to make sure we're still in line with
Yes.
comparable cities?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 18 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Water Taxi of Fort Lauderdale LLC for water transportation services, and to authorize the proper city officials to make non-substantive amendments without further commission approval as may be required by the federal government for the American Rescue Plan Act funding, and to provide copies of such amendments to the City Commission and City Clerk, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Bosworth.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Earl Bosworth, Assistant City Manager. For the second reading, there are just three. There's one scrivener's error on section 3.1 that we corrected. In the third whereas clause, we, at the request of the purchasing department, we added language to reference the competitive solicitation in the process. It was in there, but they asked us to add some more in there just to support it. And then we added per occurrence in section 3.6, which outlined the penalties in the contract. So we just wanted to show the penalties per occurrence, but no other substantive changes.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Thank you. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 19 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a labor agreement between the Federation of Public Employees and the City of Pompano Beach for the contract period beginning October 1st, 2024, and ending September 30th, 2027, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Donovan.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I purposely left this microphone as is to show you how much taller Earl is than me and how short I'm getting, so let me bring it down. Good afternoon once again. So the city and the Federation of Public Employees have reached an agreement on a new 3-year collective bargaining agreement. The agreement starts retroactively on October 1st, 2024, and ends on September 30th, 2027. The estimated cost impact over the 3 years of this agreement is $6.18 million. Approximately 90% of this cost is associated with cost of living adjustments. Those adjustments are proposed at 3% this current fiscal year, which is included in the budget, and then 3.5% for the remaining 2 years. The other remaining 10% is associated with a revised merit system that will allow up to an additional percent. So currently it's from 0 to 3%. If approved, this will be 0 to 4%. And again, that'll be earned through merit. In addition, there are some other changes that include an additional holiday, Columbus Day, incentive pay increases for specific licenses, certifications, classifications, pay grade changes, and changing the probationary period for new employees from 12 to 6 months. Finally, I'd like to thank the City Attorney's Office, HR, and the Federation for working with us to be able to bring this agreement to you at this juncture. That concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is one of the items where I wish I'd had the opportunity to speak to the city about, but I guess we'll have another reading of this. The backup says no cost impact for certain things like additional vacation days and additional holidays. So to the extent that something impacts productivity, there is a cost impact, right, if we need to hire additional people.
Yeah, that was just something I couldn't really come up with a good estimate for, so.
Okay, so the additional holiday on a Monday brought, again, this situation that I'm in right now with Veterans Day and the situation I hear from residents all the time about they call for an inspection from the building department on a Wednesday after hours, and they can't get someone out until Tuesday, basically. So I have concerns about the 4-day schedule. It's not, when I read the agreement, it's not part of the agreement. Was there any conversations? I think it's not, we're not obligated to any of it. It's not, it talks about it, but it's not one way or another, right?
Correct. That falls under management's rights.
Right, exactly. Were there any conversations about this, and is there any thought about trying to expand our hours for the public-facing services?
So we at the table, we didn't have those discussions. I think this change came about in 2017. My memory may be off a little bit, but I think that's when we switched to these hours. The purpose of doing that at the time was we had folks coming in, wanting to come in early before they go into work, and also be able to have the opportunity to come in after 5 o'clock for some of these services. Now, of course, the times we do run into people saying, well, I need an inspection on Friday or the weekend. We do have provisions that allow for that. So that's something we can certainly do. If it does require overtime, then we're able to handle that as well. But again, it's something we currently do in terms of allowing inspections or even reviews on Friday, Saturday, and if needed, Sunday. It's just a matter of having the applicant just let us know that they need that assistance.
So if someone drives down from the Highlands and they get here a half an hour later and we're closed on Friday morning, what should they do?
They should either contact myself or Mr. Rada, and we'll get someone out there immediately.
Okay. I do think we need to talk a little more about the hours for customer-facing services here and the availability, because I hear a lot about it, and especially when I see that we're adding another 4-day weekend. Those tend to be when I hear a lot from people, from residents about the problems. Other than that, there are no changes to the pension in this contract, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss? Sorry, I didn't forget you.
Not done yet.
Not yet.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Harton.
Yes. Item number 20 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a Fourth Amendment to the Construction Management at Risk Agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the Whiting Turner Contracting Company for the construction of Segment 3 of the Dixie Highway streetscape improvements from Northeast 10th Street to Copans Road at a guaranteed maximum price of $12,984,223.34, and to execute the Second Amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County under the County Transportation Surtax Program to increase the scope of work, extend the term, and increase maximum funding amount, and to authorize the proper city officials to make non-substantive amendments without further commission approval as may be required by Broward County for program funding, not including the guaranteed maximum price, and to provide copies of such amendments to the City Commission and City Clerk, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Danovich.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission. Horatio Danovich, President of Stagia LLC, acting as a consultant to the city on the GO bond, and this is one of those projects that we still have ongoing on the GO bond, and I'm happy to bring it to you one more time. This is the first reading of an agenda that seeks your approval to execute a new contract with the Whiting Turner Contracting Company in the sum of $12,984,223. Whereas the penny for transportation surtax is providing us $12,240,069.60 of those monies. And the rest is being funded with 3 canopy funds. This agenda will also approve a second amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County to increase the funds allocated to the Dixie Highway project. The project is known, this particular segment is known as segment number 3 on Dixie Highways, and it's the continuation of work that started in 2021 with improvements from McNabb Road all the way to Southwest 3rd and continued all the way to Northeast 10th Street. This segment will improve Dixie Highway from Northeast 10th Street to Copans Road as shown on this plan that I have on the screen. The work mainly consists of streetscape improvements to the corridor, including new sidewalks and pedestrian ramps. Usually when we do a sidewalk, we usually address ADA accessibility at some of these ramps, particularly at the crossings, make sure that they meet full compliance. New street lighting, adjustment to turn lanes to provide for better turning radiuses. We have found that in some of the turns that we have along Dixie Highway, when you're supposed to make a right turn, the radius is insufficient. So we're correcting that. We're going to make modifications to the drainage where it's necessary. We're going to resurface the roadway, which is something that we do every so many years. And Dixie Highway had already been programmed to be resurfaced dating back before the times that the city actually acquired the roadway from the Department of Transportation. So this has already been planned since way before 2016. And of course, new landscape to beautify the area. As a function of the project, we're going to implement a maintenance of traffic plan. This maintenance of traffic plan is going to be implemented to allow for vehicular traffic to operate safely and with as little impact as possible. This plan is still being fine-tuned because we're not ready to mobilize tomorrow morning, but this is a coordinated effort that includes members of Broward Sheriff's Office, including our former Chief of Police, Wayne Atkins. So this is not something that's been done unilateral by a couple of members. This is a coordinated effort to make sure that this is done the right way to address every possible impact that we can find and to ensure safety throughout the corridor. In the meantime, all construction plans have already been circulated through the building department and the county. So we already have all the permits in-house, except for the maintenance of traffic plan that has to be finalized. As with the 2 previous segments of work, Whiting Turner has been able to retain Pompano Beach-based firms. And I just want to stress this numbers because these are important numbers. When we set out to do the GO bond, we made a commitment to the public that we were going to engage local firms participating on our project. So far, and this is between segment 1 and segment 2, Whiting Turner has awarded 27% of the contract to local firms. That is almost double the target that we originally had for the GO bond. This project is no different. We already know of 20%, but mind you, our county also has a special requirement for CBE firms, minority firms, throughout the county, and requires us that as a function of giving us the monies through the surtax, we have to meet a 35% local participation countywide. So not only we have to input our Pompano Beach local firms, but we also have to go search for companies throughout the county. So we're working with them and making sure that those numbers have been met consistently with all the dollars we have already applied from the surtax on segment 2. Per the proposed schedule, the work is expected to be substantially complete by August of 2026 and fully completed by the end of 2026. We anticipate that we could have boots on the ground subject to mobilizing and preparing and prepping sites and what have you on or about February of 2025. And that's why we're here today. And of course, this is all subject to the approval of the agenda item. Today is the first reading. We have one more reading we're going to have in December. And of course, issuance of purchase order, and of course, procurement of materials. All of that has to be timely, but we can continue this time application of this project, which so far has been pretty good. With that, I will be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Vicente Thoreau, 1890 North 6th Avenue. See, Mayor, that wasn't hard to just answer a question, right? Hey, you gave us some information. We asked, can you tell us A, B, C, D, E, F, G? Now, you see how he just get it? That's what we ask of you all the time. Tell us what we're doing, how we getting it done, and keep your word when you said to the Go Bond people, when we supported it, that's what we asked for. Am I right? And that's what y'all told us?
Yeah.
That's all I asked. That's pretty much. Thanks so much. Bye.
Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Segerson-Eden.
Horatio, will there be sidewalks on both sides?
Yes, ma'am.
Like we did? Oh, that'll be wonderful. How much right-of-way do we have on the east side to be able to do landscaping? An inch or two? But I'm just curious.
Very limited until we finish our situation with FEC, and we're working on it.
Okay.
And we will know if we have a little bit more. But right now, we're extremely limited.
Very thrilled to see just sidewalks on that side. And happy to see that the project is continuing. Happy to see that you've got all this surtax money. So I can't wait. I think it's great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to chime in with a congrats on the funding. Like, great job on getting it.
Thank you. Actually, I can't take full credit for that because it was a concerted effort. Our city attorney's office did a phenomenal job helping us with this. Suzette Sybil, your own assistant city manager, helped us tremendously. The county stuff has been beyond phenomenal. At every turn, the county, you make a call and you probably get online and you probably won't get an answer forever, but they have been phenomenal working with us and being very responsive and helping us. We were awarded, just like all other cities, an additional escalation monies to the tune of 11.9% that were applied to this project. So all of these were very positive things, and that our partnership with Broward County is really excelling, and we really want to continue capitalizing on that every which way we can.
Well, great job, team.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Berman.
I'm sorry, I just want to point out, when he says city attorney, he means Assistant City Attorney James Saunders, who worked on this extensively. And so I
I
just
just
wanted
wanted
to make that clear.
I wanted to give kudos to all of you.
I
because you
appreciate
all
it, but I
were-
think he worked hard on it. I wanted him to get the credit. I was absolutely useless on this.
Okay, now that that's clear.
Where's James?
All right, James.
All right, James. Yes,
Hey,
James.
James.
It's all up to you, James. Thank you. All right, very good. I've got Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you. In the backup, it says new roadway configuration. That's listed also, in addition to all of the things that you mentioned. What exactly is that?
Where the curbs have to be aligned. So the alignment of the curbs so that we can actually put a median has to be shifted, and it's shifting a couple of feet here and a couple of feet there. And that allows us to, quote unquote, rub Peter to pay Paul so that we can have a median that actually allows us to have proper turn lanes that are a minimum of 10 feet wide. That's what that means.
Are we narrowing the lanes up here?
We are required to have 11-foot lanes on the outer lanes. That's mandated by Land Development Code because of buses that traverse the area. So we are not changing that configuration. We are taking 1 foot from the inner lanes that would allow us to do the medians so that we can create that softer look and help us reduce speed, which we know are pretty high.
Okay. I saw the map in here, but are there complete plans in the backup here? Because I wouldn't load. I saw a segment, but not the whole thing.
I did not put in the backup the entire set of complete plans because it's massive. It's massive. Commission, if you would like to see them, I'll be more than happy to share them with you, or I can upload them before the next meeting. But it's really massive, very, very large plans, very, size. They're very, very sizable.
I understand. I want to get an idea of where the medians are going and how that's going to flow, because it is a section of road that's kind of a free-for-all right now. And we had some issues down on A1A when we added medians, and I just want to have just an idea of what's coming so that we can answer questions to people when it starts happening. And then I noticed that in the backup, it talks about issues with the FEC, and segment 2 with the FEC has to be completed. What is going on there?
Okay, we're working with FEC as we speak, and James is instrumental in that discussion as well, and so is Suzette, and so is everybody else on the Go Bond team, and we're getting closer to having our documents ready, but it's a constant dialogue. One item was on the agenda today, which Brian presented. This is how the dialogue continues with them. It's not just the city of Pompano Beach; it's multiple cities that are working together, trying to get things done. So we're on track. We should be okay pretty soon.
You're talking about in segment 2. Segment 2. What was that the answer to?
Okay, FEC covers the entire city. So there are sections of they approved our plans across the board. They have not approved our contract agreements, and that's what we're working on.
We're talking about the segment, the southern segment right now, or this segment?
It's all of it.
Are they separate?
There are separate agreements for different things.
So I assume you're at different time with FEC on each of them. So you might be further along with the Atlantic Dixie, or maybe less far along with that. It sounds like
they're all about the same level right now. But
okay. So, thank you.
Welcome.
Very good. Further commission discussion? I've just got one question. When can we expect the missing link up there?
You mean from what?
From Copens to Sample.
Okay. So we're working on, we applied for a grant, and we're trying to get additional resources to help us through federal grants. And as soon as hopefully we've been working really hard at the federal level, and we have plenty of support from our representatives out there and our senators in Washington, D.C. Hopefully, this time will be the charm. So, and if we do get the funds, then we're going to program it immediately after this one.
Very good. Thank you. Anything further from the commission? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 21 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement for roofing inspection, maintenance, and repair services between the City of Pompano Beach and Advanced Roofing, Inc., providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Bonaventure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This item in front of you is an ordinance for the City Commission to approve a piggyback agreement for roofing services, maintenance, repairs, not to exceed $150,000 per year. So,
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mayor, this particular item is a piggyback, and it is not to exceed Vicente Thora, Pompano Beach. Mayor, does this item have to be done tonight? Because this meeting ran so long, people like Tommy Butts was here today because he wanted to identify, he's a vendor for Pompano Beach. One of the African-American vendors that does do business in Pompano Beach, and he wanted to have a say-so and talk about this item. But that other meeting ran so long, he couldn't even be here today to talk about his own company. So does this have to be done today? And why can't we go out for RFP or look at another option besides piggybacking and guaranteeing a company out of Fort Lauderdale $190,000 a year of some type of work? Does this have to be done tonight, Mayor?
I don't know the schedule of this. Does it need to be done tonight? Is it time sensitive?
Okay.
So we have an opportunity to table it until next meeting, just so anybody who wants to be here. Okay.
I appreciate it, Mayor.
I'd make a motion we table until the first meeting in December, which is the only meeting in December.
Yeah, second.
Okay, moved and second to table. There's no reason not to.
sir.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. Oh, postponed is the proper term. Sorry about that. Item 22 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 131, Offenses Against Person and Property of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 131.24, Unlawful Lodging and Storage of Personal Property to provide additional enforcement options and procedures for violation complaints and notice of same, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good. Mr. Berman.
It's me.
Yes, it's you. Wait, where's Mr. Saunders?
Fairly short and simple. You're aware that the city already has had an ordinance in place since 2019 against public camping. The state law came out in the last legislative session. Accordingly, Broward County has come up with an ordinance for enforcement, and we're going to use the county's ordinance. That's a better way to go. If there's an arrest, the sheriff will take county violations. And so for the most part, we plan on using the county's ordinance when we're out there enforcing on the street. And the idea, of course, is to get people into programs, not get them incarcerated, and to offer them services that they may need. However, the county ordinance says that we're going to use it. We can't differentiate from the county ordinance to a large extent. We don't. Our ordinance is very similar. If we have an ordinance on the books that's different, much different than the county says we can't use their ordinance. We have to go with ours. So in order to be consistent with the county ordinance, we are adding item G4, juveniles in violation of this section may also be referred to the juvenile. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I had 3 minutes.
That was good. I like that, Kervin.
We're just adding a provision that juveniles who are in violation may also be referred to the Juvenile Services Civil Citation Program, authorized by Section 985.12 Florida statutes. It's just an additional option that we can provide to any juveniles who police may run into contact with and put them through another one. And that's to be consistent with the county as well. Now, as importantly, or even more importantly, as you're aware, there is civil liability beginning January 1st, potentially, thanks to our Florida legislature. That's the way they wrote the law. And consistent with the county and consistent with what other cities are doing, we are putting in a complaint notice procedure so that we're not caught off guard by litigation against the city. And this requires or suggests that we designate an email address or other electronic submission to display on our website to serve as primary means of receiving notice of a homeless problem so that we can take action. The location, the dates, a description or photograph of the violations, and any other information that will assist the city to address or otherwise cure the alleged violation. We don't want litigation. We don't want to be surprised where things are just coming out of left field and we had no idea that there was a problem at a certain location. So at least this gives us an opportunity to first become aware that there's a problem, give us an opportunity in law enforcement and the city's various services that we have, our homeless staff, to get out there and try and help the situation and prevent the situation before the city runs into any potential financial liability through litigation. So it's a great opportunity. I think it gives the city an opportunity to become more aware of where our services are needed for these people who are out on the streets and also help protect the city. That's all I have at this time. Certainly happy to answer any questions because I see hands going up already.
Commissioner Perkins has her hand up, so I'll let her go, but then I want to open it up to the public before the rest of us go.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, because this ordinance is put in place, the question is for BSO. Is there anything BSO is going to do differently because of this ordinance being put in place as to how you handle people sleeping on the sidewalk or on the streets or on the benches in the park? Is there anything you're going to do different based on this ordinance?
No, ma'am. This ordinance, I've spoke to the city attorney over it. It lines up with what we're already doing here in the city. We're trying to get people into community court, get the services that they need. If someone needs to be arrested, just like we do now, if they commit a crime, they'll be arrested.
The last question, since you're standing there, all of the BSO officers are trained to deal with or homeless people?
Yes, ma'am. We have a hot team, homeless outreach team, but since I've been here, we've trained our regular patrol deputies with the same training that they've received.
Because there, of course, there's a lot of mental illness goes with that, and it's a very sensitive issue, and I would hate to see someone have a mental issue and one of the officers wouldn't know how to handle that situation, because it's very sensitive, of course.
All our deputies receive that critical incident training.
Yeah, okay.
We feel
All right.
pretty prepared for it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. And just for the record, that was Major Elwood. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. I want to elaborate on the homelessness, what you're speaking about. I saw on, I'm not sure if it was Jacksonville, but I think this can work for us. So what they do is giving them a warning, and also they busing them to their relatives. Because most of these people don't live around here. They're not. They're being dropped off here. So what this city is doing, I'm gonna get the information and give it to the city manager. They're giving them a bus ticket and sending them back to their loved ones where they belong. And I think that's something we need to look into, because right now, our city is being the drop-off from feeding these people, and all of them is not mental. Trust me, there's too much prostitution going on down on Dr. King that we're trying to get rid of. People don't even have clothes on. So that's why it's very important for us to get the moving, this train, how it's going, bring the beautification, then that way the officers can be more involved. They're involved now, but I'm talking about really involved in cleaning this place up, starting with them convenience stores. They need to get gone.
Very good. I believe we already have those services available for homeless folks if they wish to go somewhere else.
See, that's the thing, Mayor. This is not a wish they go somewhere else. This city, I'm gonna find out what city it is, and they've been successful. They don't have a choice, because laying around under the bridges, in the backyards of strangers, you don't know these people. No, it's time to go. Go to your relatives. Get the resources.
Any helpful suggestions you can bring forward? That'd be great. Thank you. I've got Mr.
I kind of think it was Jacksonville, but
Okay, and I've got Mr. Berman.
Thank you. Just to respond very briefly, that is part of the service we already will offer if that's necessary. Identification is an issue. Some people don't have identification, so they can't get benefits. They can't get housing. So housing, identification, relocation if family members want to assist them. These are all part of the services that our homeless outreach team, BSO, and community court all coordinate to provide already. Good idea, but we're actually already doing it. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Just got a question, Commissioner Fournier?
Yes, about, I've done ride-alongs and I've watched BSO say, hey, do you have family? Where do they live? Do you want to go, you want to go back and maybe your kids want to see you, they miss you. And they do make those attempts all the time, but they can't force people to do that. So one of the problems is the transitional housing or sober homes, right? So we have people who come to these facilities from out of state, and when their insurance expires or they fail out of the program, they are now residents of the streets of Pompano Beach. And that's one of the things I've spent some time talking to our state legislators about. What can we do there? Is there a way to effectively make those sober homes, make a best faith effort to get these people back to where they came from? Whether it's force those sober homes to pay for a bus ticket or a plane ticket, at least drop them off at the bus station. And I don't know, if that's doable, but we talked about a bond maybe, some kind of bond that the sober homes would have to have that would require them to make this effort. So I think it's worth talking about that again in light of House Bill 1365 and us trying to needing to react to this problem in more creative ways. And that is one of the issues we really have in Pompano, the sober homes. So trying to get those people back to where they came from is, I think, one of the really important things we need to be working at the state level on. And then your description of this email. So is this so people have to put photos?
Go ahead.
Is that in response to the part of House Bill 1365 where we can get sued if someone says there's a homeless person and the city didn't deal with it? So that's your way of saying, hey, you never told us? Is that how that works?
Well, not that I like to talk about this a lot in public, but yes, it's to protect the city, to help put us on notice. If they really are concerned about solving the problem, we need to know about it so we can try and do something about it. This isn't supposed to be an opportunity for people to make a buck to the city's surprise. This is supposed to be something used to help solve actual problems, but they need to tell us where, who, and what, so we're aware of it and we can try and do something about it first. And it is protection for the city as well.
And who's monitoring this new web email address?
We're working on it. First, we got to get this passed. We have till January 1st to get this going, and we'll have it done by then.
Okay.
I put in here, of course, oh, by the way, you're welcome, Mr. Harrison. I put in the city manager shall establish because the county says, you're welcome, but the county says that the county administrator so established. So I just worded it in a similar manner. We'll work with Mr. Harrison, with the IT people and our public information people to have something on the website, and we'll set up something that's accessible for the public to put us on notice, and we'll have to have a plan for people to monitor this and make sure that information gathered through this process is passed along to those who can do something about it. It's a process. We're just starting it with this.
Okay, it seems like a big process. Because if people are going to expect us to respond then to and if this is now the homeless complaint system of the city, that's a big undertaking.
Well, the option, there's no other option that I could really see, because either we do nothing and we wait and see what walks in the door through process servers, or we say, if you really want us to help here, we have an opportunity to at least address the problem first. And that will, I think, give us the best protection at this point, barring anyone else coming up with a better plan. That was mine. That was also the county's, and that's also what they're doing in other cities in Broward County.
Well, I understand how it protects us based on the law that was passed, but I think it's probably a good idea and something that's necessary. But the devil's in the details always of how we execute that and make sure we're responsive to all of these, the influx of complaints about homeless people we get. It's going to put a burden on BSO, on Cassandra, and other city resources. So
we'll come up with something.
Okay, look forward to it. Thank you.
Roll up our sleeves.
Okay, now, is there any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I'd just like to suggest that for IT, when we do figure out this system, to go ahead and update on the app as well, so people could take a photo and report quickly, sort of like code compliance, and just have it go that way. Because I do know, over in the Beach District, we've been, as I got the complaints about the homeless, I have certain residents who walk early hours or whatever, and the quicker, extra eyes out there tells us where to focus our efforts, tells us where to be. And I think it's a great move for us to have this kind of cohesive, and BSO has been amazingly responsive. Sometimes the emails come in at like 6:30 in the morning and forward them through, and we move it. So I think we have the staff that's willing to get on it and do good. And I think making it more streamlined and taking the best advantage of IT that we can figure out will help the situation.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 23 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a master services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and, Pompano Beach and MCCI LLC, and addendum number 1 to the master services agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Just FOIA, Inc., a subsidiary of MCCI LLC for software services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Alfred.
Yes, Kervin Alford, City Clerk. Before you this evening, the item is a master service agreement with MCCI LLC and Just FOIA, Inc. for the continued use of their software for processing public records and lien search requests. The agreement includes provisions for upgrades aimed to aim at enhancing efficiency in tracking and managing record requests, as well as incorporating redaction tools to remove information that is exempt from under various statutes. Additionally, the public will still be able to track the status of their requests online at any time, make payments using credit cards. The duration of this agreement is set for 3 years. The cost for the service for the first year is $12,897, followed by an annual fee of $12,300 for the remaining years. This initiative represents a collaboration between my office and the building department, and staff recommends approval of the agreement.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier,
Yes.
Commissioner Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 24 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Air Park Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Larry Erd as alternate 2. Said term to expire on July 1st, 2025, providing an effective date.
Mayor, before we move forward with this, I'd like to, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the applicant on this application indicated that he has a felony on his record. And I would like to know what that felony is. I think it's appropriate that we know what the felony is before we appoint. It might be something relatively minor. It might be something, perhaps you tried to bomb an airplane. So I think we need to know what that is before we move forward with this, and I would suggest that maybe we ask the city attorney's office to have a conversation with this applicant and find out the seriousness of it, and then postpone it until afterward, because I'm not going to vote for someone who has a felony on his record. It may very well be that he pushed the wrong button when he was typing it, too. But I think it's serious. He indicates he has been arrested for a felony.
God, I didn't even realize that we asked that question, Mr. Berman. Is that? So.
I certainly didn't ask the question, but I'm not aware. I'd have to yield. I hate to I point the fingers. It may be a question on all our applications for.
It is.
For advisory.
So, I guess if the commission has concerns, we can make contact with the applicant.
Is that a valid, is if they're guilty of a felony, is that a valid reason for keeping someone off a board?
I'm not aware of anything in our code that provides that anyone who is convicted of a felony may not serve. I mean, maybe, if it was air piracy, skyjacking or something, they shouldn't be on the Air Park Advisory Board. But I don't know, if any type of felony conviction would affect their service on the Air Park Advisory Board. I don't know what particular skills this person has in terms of serving on the board. These are all considerations that the commission can make, and I have to assume that's why the commissioner is requesting more information.
I think you're right. You don't know. So I think we need to know.
Okay. I've got Commissioner Fournier.
Before we make assumptions about this person, I get a lot of applications from people, and I know this section of the form has a lot of glitches in it, and sometimes they can't fill it out and they fill it out wrong. So this person does appear to be a captain with JetBlue Airways. So before, maybe I'm fine tabling it, but before we make assumptions about him, the obvious answer is sometimes the right answer on this, and I've seen it a bunch of times where they check that they are not a registered voter or they have a felony, and we have to go, or they leave it blank because that part of the form doesn't always work.
To Commissioner Fournier's point, there has been some glitches with that. So
Let's find out.
Yes,
That's all.
Yes, move to postpone.
Move to table it.
Move to table.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. All right. Did we need to specify when to table that till?
The next meeting, I would suggest.
Okay, it's the next meeting. That was your motion, right, Commissioner Moss?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So is it correct to postpone it or table it?
Postpone it.
Postpone.
Till the
Thank
next
you.
meeting. All right. Item 25 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Marine Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on November 26, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Frank Pelly, incumbent. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 26 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Marine Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire November 26, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Gwen Lees, incumbent. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 27 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Golf Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire November 18, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Mayor,
Moved and second for discussion. Commissioner Moss.
I'd like to nominate Roger Gingrich, the incumbent.
Very good. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 28 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Recycling and Solid Waste Advisory Committee of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Durward Womack, said term to expire on September 27, 2025, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion.
Mayor,
Commissioner Fournier.
I'd like to nominate Tashana Thomas.
Very good. District 3. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 29 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the General Employees Retirement System of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on December 7th, 2024, providing an effective date.
So moved?
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Michael Miller, incumbent, District 1. Are there any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That completes our regular agenda. Any additional audience to be heard?
No, Mayor.
No, very good.
additional
Thank you.
audience to be heard.
Our next scheduled meetings are December 10th, 2024 at 1 p.m., regular City Commission meeting, followed by January 14th, 2025 at 1 p.m., regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. So we have something new this year. We have a holiday lights contest. You can show off your creativity by decorating the exterior of your home and enter into the contest. And voting will be held on social media between December 12th and the 22nd. Winners will be announced on December 23rd. So they can get on our website and find out all about it.
Okay.
All right. So, Randy, would you and Nate come up?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Randy just can't escape these awards.
How big is his award applicant staff?
In everybody's job description.
So this is multi-awards.
Wow. Nice flag.
This is our Utility of the Future Award. It's a recognition program to reach deeply into the water sector to form and motivate a community of water utilities engaging in advancing resource efficiency and recovery, developing proactive relationships with stakeholders, and establishing resiliency, sustainability, and livable communities. We're recognized for our energy efficient efforts this year.
Very good. Congratulations. Thank you.
Sure. This one?
This one is from the Water Reuse Association. It's a excellence recognition for projects and communities that made significant contributions to support greater water reuse adaptation. We've been awarded the 2024 Water Community Champion for the Oasis Water Program, preserving regional water supplies for over 30 years. The program's innovative approach to water management has helped to ensure the availability of safety and reliable water sources for future generations. Using reuse for water for lawn irrigation has conserved over about 25 billion gallons for our city since 1989.
That's amazing. 25 billion gallons. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Mayor?
Yes. Good job.
Randy?
Commissioner Seegerson.
I was at the water board the other day, and because of our reuse efforts in our area, the saltwater intrusion line has been pushed more seaward. So, and they said it was due to the reclaimed water use. So,
Fantastic.
great job.
Yes, great job.
Very good.
Fantastic.
All right. And one more award.
Okay.
So on August the 6th of this year, at a public hearing in Atlanta, Georgia, the Pompano Beach Fire Rescue was awarded the status of accredited agency from the Center for Public Safety Excellence and the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. We, Pompano Beach, was one of only 312 accredited agencies worldwide.
Wow.
So only 13% of the U.S. population is protected by an accredited agency. Agencies become accredited after peer review of their accreditation documents, completion of an on-site assessment, and participation in a public hearing before the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. Accreditation is valid for 5 years. CFAI is dedicated to assisting the Fire and Emergency Services Agency through the world in achieving excellence through self-assessment and accreditation to provide continuous quality improvement and the enhancement of service delivery to their communities. Steve, why don't you and Pete come down here in front of the dais and hold this up?
Yeah. Something to be proud of. Come on, let's all stand up. Let's stand up here. Photo op. Doesn't happen every day. Come on.
Once every 5 years.
There you go. Better be, right?
Beverly. I don't know.
All right. Great job. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. Keep up.
That concludes my report, Mayor.
All good stuff, Mr. Harrison, all good stuff.
I would just like, it's not in the report, but I would just like to say that it's been a pleasure working with Vice Mayor McGee and Commissioner Moss. Hope you guys enjoy your time off from having to put up with us all the time, and looking forward to working with your incoming replacements. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you. Pretty much nothing. I'm amazed. I've never seen Mr. Donovan work so hard at one of these meetings. Great job, Brian.
Whoa! That was a backhanded compliment. Okay.
He was up there for all those items. That was great. No, I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to work with both of our departing vice mayor and Commissioner Moss as well. And I wish you all the best. And that's all I have at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
Yes, I do have a report, but I will be making it over at the staff podium.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
Well, I'm excited to report to you today that we have a major enhancements to our advisory board application process. We have a fully electronic platform where applicants can submit their applications online from anywhere. I want to express my appreciation, Commissioner Fournier, for that announcement you made earlier. So now the residents will be able to complete their application online fully, avoiding some of these glitches that we've encountered in the past. This means no trips to City Hall, no reliance on the Postal Service. They can just basically go online and complete their application, submit it. This upgrade was made possible through an application that we acquired through Granicus. It's called Boards and Commission, which simplifies the application process and make it easier for residents to complete and submit their application. Today, I have Alexander Kulo from my office, who I've assigned as a lead to this project, and we'll give a brief overview of the program, and I will follow up with some closing remarks.
All right. Very good.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Alexander Kolo. I'm the Secretary of the Clerk's Office. As Mr. Alfred stated, I was tasked to put together a more accessible version of our advisory board, and it's an honor for me to present this to you today. On the screen, on you guys' screen, as the landing page of the new advisory board application that will be put on the website. There is the list of all the advisory board with an overview description of all the board function, along with their meeting schedule, date and time, and the location of where they meet. I will be selecting one board. Just keep in mind that everything I'll say about this board pertains to every other board, but I just want to use one as an example. On this page, we can see the description as well as it was on the last page, but we can also see more detail as in current vacancies, any expired term, the size of the board, and the length of their term. The next tab. On this tab, we can see the membership detail, the name of the board members, the length of their term, and also their position on the board. You can go on the vacancy tab. This program as well allows us to view the vacancies on every given board, and also if there is any upcoming expiration, we can view them from the website as well. The last step is to fill out and submit an application. On this page, that's the application form. It is the same. It has the same question as the paper format. It's just a different layout. Now, board members will be limited to select up to 4 boards, their top 4 selection. And also applicants will have to answer questions based on their eligibility to serve on the board of their choice. This concludes my presentation.
Very nice. Well, thank you for your efforts. Great job.
Yeah.
Very good.
So, as Mr. Kulo did mention, we're limiting the applicants to just choosing 4 of the top boards of their choice. In the past, we've gotten applications where applicants have selected to serve on every board, which is impractical. This upgrade will also include CRA committees. So applicants who are interested to serve on CRA committees will be able to go through this application and process and those applications will be directed to the CRA staff for CRA board consideration. So that will still remain the same, it's just that they will go through this new application. Finally, this change will prevent blank PDFs. This has been issues in the past. So on the iPad that you use now, the iPad app, it will work seamlessly and you'll be able to see all the information, avoiding the instances where we had blank information presented. So we plan to launch this enhanced board application on December 1st or shortly thereafter. And available for any questions on that.
Very good.
Questions at all?
No question. Commissioner Fournier?
A question, will existing applications on file be loaded into this system?
Yes, it will be loaded, but then we will be, when their term comes to expire, we'll ask them to complete a new application through this program. So that's how we're going to get these applications into it.
Okay, but someone who has an application on file will still be considered for now without going into this system?
Yes, for now, until their term reaches about 45 days out from when their term expired, they will be asked to complete a new application.
Thank you, this is a great improvement. Good work.
Good job. Great job. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Still have one more.
Okay.
This summer, we rebroadcast via webinar our training session on the Sunshine Law and state ethics presented by the Law Office of Gorin Karoff Duty. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly, Mr. Berman. Recognizing that some members were unable to participate in the in-person training held last year, we designed this online course to ensure everyone could access this vital information. We were pleased to see a strong response of about 52 board members accepting the invitation and successfully completing the course. Looking ahead, we plan to incorporate this training tool, this online version, to onboard new appointed board members to help ensure that they are well-versed in the essential laws and essential rules and regulations tied to the Sunshine Law and state ethics. And last but not least, I want to make a public announcement. Notice is hereby given that a special City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach will be held on Tuesday, November 19, 2024, at 12 p.m. in the City Commission chamber to consider the following: a resolution accepting the returns of the municipal general election of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, held on November 5th, 2024, induct into office the newly elected city commissioners representing districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and mayor at large, as well as election of vice mayor. Acceptance of Robert Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition. That concludes those comments, and I wanted to express it will be a pleasure. I will be missing you, Vice Mayor and Commissioner Moss. Enjoy working with you.
Very good. Thank you, Kervin. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your efforts.
Mayor, while Kervin's taking his seat.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to also wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving. And be safe. Be safe over the holidays.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Bet.
All right. That takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. My regular community meetings that are on the fourth Wednesday of the month will be rescheduled in November and December due to the holidays. I don't have details yet, so stay tuned. I will send around information when I have it. And then I did just want to say, being a commissioner in this role is, it's temporary for all of us. It really is. It's a calling. It's an opportunity to serve the community. And it's something that I think we all take seriously in that way, and that we love our city, we love our community. But for all of us, this is just a place in time and a position we hold. It doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the people of this city. So we've all had our debates up here, but I wish Commissioner Moss and Vice Mayor McGee the absolute best. It has been my pleasure to sit up here with you, and I'm sure we will be seeing each other all in the future. So thank you for your service to our city.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I was first elected in 2014, 10 years ago, I have served with 2 city commissioners, 2 commissioners from District 2, 3 commissioners from District 1, 2 mayors, 2 commissioners from District 3, 2 commissioners from District 4, 2 city attorneys, 2 internal auditors, 2 chiefs of police, 3 chiefs of police, and the list goes on. I just want to say that it has been more than a pleasure. It's been an honor for me to be here and to serve the residents of this city. I'm very proud of the things that have been accomplished in the last 10 years. When I first came on board, the beach was just a conversation, and now look at it. And we have so much that we should be proud of that we've accomplished, so much more that's coming down the pike that we're going to work hard. You all will work hard to make happen. And it really has been a wonderful educational experience for me. So I'm looking forward to going home and putting my bunny slippers on, watching you all on TV, and maybe occasionally showing up to annoy you. So thank you all very, very much for the privilege and honor of having served with you. Mr. City Manager, you've got the best staff of any city in this county. I think most cities are very jealous. And, 2 city clerks, too. I think most cities are very jealous of our staff because we do such a very, very good job. So thank you all for all of your assistance over the last 10 years, and good luck to you all, and keep on trucking. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Appreciate it. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. 1, 2, 3, 4 things. I want to make sure everybody's aware that we're having the Smooth Sound Soiree on Saturday, November 16th from 6 to 10 at Hunters Manor Park. We usually have that twice a year. So it's November 16th. It's music on the park. It's free, and it's for family fun. So everybody's welcome on November 16th from 6 to 10 at Hunters Manor Park. Also, we have the Light Up MLK, which will be December 7th at 5:30 at Annie Adley Gillis Park. So that should be very interesting. And the last it's a sad day in Pompano because I received a call that the Freeman Funeral Home was torn down today. It was knocked down, so a lot of us were sad because of that. It was a part of our history, although it was a funeral home, so we knew it was going to be torn down. I just didn't know when. Of course, staff doesn't tell me anything, but someone did catch, or took some pictures of it, so that was a good thing. Lastly, I just want to wish the 2 commissioners the best, Andrea McGee and Barry Moss. I wish you the best, and I pray and hope that you stay involved, because one day I won't be here. I plan to do the same thing. I'm never going away because this is home. So I just wish you all the best, and you both have my number. Call me if you need me, and stay involved, and keep your head up and stay positive. That's it for me. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Segerson-Eden.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone as well. And I just want to say to you, Vice Mayor McGee, how wonderful it's been to work with you and with you, Commissioner, former Vice Mayor Barry Moss, for your diligence, for your effort, your intelligence, your different points of view, and your perseverance. Your perseverance in moving so much through the MPO. You both served on the MPO, and I just don't think we would be where we are in the city without you. And I am going to miss you both very, very much. And so the next thing, talk about looking towards the future. It's kind of like out of left field, kind of. You know, the anger about the improvements, the beautification of Atlantic and Dixie, and constantly being heard of. And it occurred to me sometimes being a commissioner is solving problems or making things better, honestly. So I do think it's time that we rip off the bandage and open West McNabb Road so people have additional options to get out, especially for an evacuation. People can go on Dixie South, they can go straight west to Andrews, they can go north on Dixie to get on 95, and I think it's time we give people these options and ease the pain. And I think we should postpone we should use the monies to begin this by postponing the raising of the 6th Terrace Bridge, which only affects 300 residences and comes at a cost of over $6 million for 300 residents. But the opening of West McNabb solves a lot of problem and eases a lot of congestion. So I'd like to make that motion that we open West McNabb and use 6th Terrace Bridge to pay for it.
I second.
Thank you, Barry.
Mayor?
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the floor.
Yep, we do.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I know this is very familiar to you, Mayor, from back in the day, remember?
Oh, I've been around a while.
I know, you remember this same road. I think before we make a decision like that, we need to kind of survey and talk to those residents around that area because they will be directly affected by the traffic in that area. I'm not sure is that your district?
It's mine. This is personal for her, not substantive,
well,
I'm
let me
sure.
okay, I'm done.
District 1 and District 3.
Okay.
And 5.
But I just remember it coming up in I think it was the early 90s.
High Ridge.
When it came up about opening that road, and I think you were, we won't go there, Mayor, but yeah, if it's you all, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Very good. I've got Commissioner Moss, then Commissioner Fournier.
Well, I'm very aware that the people who live on the east side of the railroad tracks are very much against it, but Commissioner Eaton makes a very good point in that we're going to be adding several thousand new residences at the Isle Casino. I can't tell you how many times I have been asked by residents of District 5 why that can't be opened, because really for an evacuation, it's impossible to evacuate Palmair, 7,000 units, Cypress Bend, 2,000, a total of about almost 30,000 people that live in that district and more coming. So I know it's an inconvenience, and I know that people don't want it, but at what point in time do we put the benefit of the entire city and tens of thousands of people above the interests of single-family homeowners in a 4 or 5 block road? So it's something that I think needs to be looked at, and we need to look at the bigger picture about what's best for the city and what do we do with thousands of people who live west of the railroad tracks who will need to evacuate. So it's time to have a conversation about this. I won't be here to vote about it, but I think it's time that we start considering it and talking about it. Thanks.
Commissioner Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm confused why we're evacuating people from Palmair to east of Dixie. I'm not sure that's how that works in an emergency. I'm not sure they're heading east to go into the evacuation zones. So from that standpoint, I don't understand at all why we're evacuating Palmair to go to Federal Highway or the beach. But this obviously is, let's call a spade a spade. This is clearly one of those personal issues with Commissioner Segerson-Eaton. So anything I say, if the sky's blue, you think it's green. So if a bridge is important to my constituents and McNabb being closed is important to them, then you will literally not care about anyone in this city as long as it's something that I disagree with. So first of all, these are two separate issues completely. So if we want to talk about a bridge and we want to talk about McNabb, I think those are two very reasonable topics that this commission should debate. I think a bridge that has been promised to the people for decades that costs $6 million doesn't even probably scratch the surface of trying to open up the railroad tracks at McNabb.
No, you're right.
So they're unrelated items, and I think there's been a history of discussions about opening up McNabb and issues there with the tracks themselves and obviously the community. So if this somehow passes, which I hope this commission has way more common sense at this point, although it's been a long meeting. But if it somehow passes, then I think we should definitely have a dialogue about this at the next meeting. Let's see these chambers fuller than they've ever been.
Well,
Sounds amazing.
Well, that's wonderful,
Very good.
Mayor.
Very
Do you
good.
mind?
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Thank you. But I can do without the insults. This is not personal. And there's no question that it would ease the congestion and the traffic, giving people options. This is for the entire city because people are sick of being stuck. And just because some wealthy people who lived in the neighborhood 20 years ago had a big to-do about it, doesn't mean that's where we are now. And there is no study that's necessary. It's common sense. It's straight common sense. And yes, when we evacuate out from the beach and the other districts, we need additional pathways. So, there's a motion on the table, Mayor, and I'd like to, unless you have something to say.
Oh, I do.
Or anyone. Okay, let's just get to the vote.
We'll get to the vote. Don't worry. We've all got plenty of opportunity to talk here. That's fine. We don't want to silence debate. Commissioner Fournier.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. So, yeah, there's a motion on the floor, but there's a process for this. So, trying to clean up the mess you made at Atlantic and Dixie by doing this is the wrong answer. The wrong answer, according to the people of this city, and watch them come out. Let's talk about the traffic. The same traffic people that thought taking a lane out of Atlantic was a good idea. So trying to clean up that mess by opening McNabb is not the right answer. First of all, yeah, you guys made that mistake, and I'm glad you want to try and fix it now. So let's talk about a way to fix it. Let's talk about Atlantic. Happy to do that. But these are separate issues. So I've got nothing else to say on this topic right now.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. What?
Public input.
Oh, okay, sure, okay. Well, yeah, no, it's just a couple of things. Number one, I mean, that the motion has been made, so the two items, the bridge and and getting McNabb over the tracks, they are linked in this motion. I do happen to believe that if we were to want to consider McNabb Road, that it should be a separate issue away from the bridge. The bridge has been promised to those folks living in that area for, yes, over a decade now. And it is a worthy project to be done. But I know that if there was an effort to put McNabb Road over the tracks, which has been tried before, or at least has been talked about before, that the railroad would have a lot to say about that, because the railroad is in the business of getting rid of crossings at this point in time. So you'd be looking at, okay, well, if you guys want to do that, we're probably going to want 2 of your crossings gone. I'm just throwing that out there because I expect that's what they would say. They're not looking to increase the problems between vehicles and trains, because yeah, it is a big problem. Obviously, we know that here in Pompano Beach. But honestly, that's it. I mean, let's go into any further discussion on it. I mean, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fournier?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Question, once we vote, would this be on the agenda at some point? No?
Well,
No.
if it passes, of course it will.
No, the answer is no.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGee?
No.
Mayor Harton?
No. Commissioner Segerson, you still have your report.
Okay, thank you. So who can speak to, I mean, you're saying that the railroad is wanting to eliminate?
Yes, it's been publicly stated that the railroad has Brightline and probably FEC also.
FEC.
They have been looking to eliminate grade crossings, yes.
Well, it's too bad it didn't happen 20 years ago when it really should have, because it's a bottleneck and all your people are, and you're the one that has to answer because you said you would stop it, Commissioner Fournier, and you didn't. And that's all I have. Have a good evening, everyone.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
First, just a little business that I just wanted to bring up because it came up recently. For the city manager, do we have a timeline when Christmas lights are going to come on? Because I've been being asked all over the place.
I believe it's the last, either Friday or Saturday in November. I'll have to check on that and get back with you.
Okay, awesome. And then, similar Christmas theme, request was for the duration, if it can go past Orthodox Christmas. I guess last year we took them down beforehand. I'm not sure of the date on that, but
I'm not sure either.
yeah, we have a population, at least on the Beach District, that celebrate Orthodox Christmas and feel like they're left out without it. Second, also lighting related is the beach playground that we just put in. I was out there the other night, and with the change of times and everything, you have parents out there literally with their cell phone light, illuminating their kids running around the playground. So maybe we can look into and coordinate where it's not turtle season, even if it's beach lights or whatever, just to make sure everyone's safe using the facilities. Timer it, figure out when it closes, but it's especially because it's accessible. People going to restaurants or being out on the beach. I know after the drone show as well. Yeah, it's very, very dark out there. Other than that, I just want to say, I'm getting choked up.
Hey, take your time.
I look back over the 6 years and think of how much we've been through. From opening up the pier and the monsoon that hit the same day we tried to do that, to moving forward with Shipwreck Park, Wahoo Bay, dealing with COVID, and all the challenges that brought, and then the fallout from COVID, and trying to make sure we were doing right by residents and staff, and it's just been such an honor. And I want to thank the residents for
Deep breath. You got time.
for entrusting me during this such an important period in creating the amazing city that I love so much. And staff for just being amazing. I know from talking with other cities and serving on MPO and League of Cities and just getting to know other commissioners, what an amazing city we have. And thank you, City Manager, because you created this culture that we have here is drawing so many people to Pompano. We are the envy of Broward County right now and most of South Florida. And a lot of it's due to you, your staff, just the people here. So I'm excited to see the stuff that's coming down the pipe. I'm excited for our residents to see stuff that will probably be announced the next month or two, and renderings coming up, and just, it's such a bright and amazing future, and so the residents just keep positive on this. We are Florida's warmest welcome, and elections bring out nastiness and meanness, and social media is, in my opinion, probably the worst invention ever unleashed on humanity. But we're all so blessed and fortunate to live here, and just don't forget that. And keep moving forward positively. Have an amazing Thanksgiving, Christmas, holiday season. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much. Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've just got a couple of things. One, I'd like to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Enjoy the holiday, and we will see you in December for our meeting in December. But I do want to say to Commissioner Moss and Vice Mayor McGee, great job, number one. Seriously, great job. It's, you know, we do. We've all got differences up here, but we're just people. But you guys have been part of something really special and remarkable in the city of Pompano Beach. We've really progressed this city. And Mr. Harrison, I thank you and your staff for this also. Nothing happens without great staff, of course. I mean, seriously, hats off to staff. But the political leadership in a community is also important, and you two have been part of the real renaissance of the city of Pompano Beach, bringing it on and helping foster it in so many ways. Commissioner Moss, honestly, I've never seen more happen in District 5 overall since you've been elected. Honestly, and I say that, and I love the people I've served with previously, Herb Skolnick, George Brummer. I mean, they all did great things, but I've seen such a change, dramatic change in District 5 since you've been elected, and thank you for that. And it's not perfect. I'm not saying the streets are paved with gold, of course not, but yeah, great job. And Vice Mayor, I mean, that's seriously what's happened in the beach area, what's happened with the environmental issues, the Wahoo Bays, the dunes. I mean, it's just the beach area. I mean, it's just transformed our city, and you both have been really, really integrally involved in making this city the envy of not just the county, but nationwide and internationally as well. It's you guys have a lot to be proud of, and you should be, and you will be sorely missed in so many different ways. I mean, not every way, but you'll be sorely missed in so many different ways. And I thank you for your service to this city. I thank you for being my colleague, and yeah, thanks for the memories, guys. Seriously, but and like Commissioner Perkins was saying, stay involved. I mean, I know you will. We've got a bright future. So a lot of good things happening. So thank you so much for your service. Of course, I mean, we'll see you back again at the swearing in. You guys got to be here to accept the returns. But thank you so much for what you've done for our community. And it really shows. It really does. And with that, I'll say this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.